minutos. E depois eu pedi à professora Maria Helena Guimarães Castro que falasse sobre a questão da educação do Brasil, não necessariamente comentando a apresentação do ministro, mas inclusive tocando uma questão que não foi discutida. I'm sorry, I'm speaking Portuguese, I'll translate into English. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm saying that the Minister of Science of Education couldn't come for reasons having to do with his functions in Brasilia. So instead of that, he called asking for excuse and sent a video with the presentation he prepared for us. This will be a 20 minutes presentation. And then I used the opportunity of having Professor Maria Helena Guimarães Castro on my right side here to say something about the Brazilian education with some emphasis on issues of the role of the education system in teacher education and the links between higher education and general education. Professor Maria Helena was many things, but Vice Minister of Education, the head of National Education Research Institute, the Secretary of Education of State of São Paulo. So it's a privilege to have her here with us today. So, and then we will have the presentation by Professor Mohsen Elmadi Said, which also is a kind of a gift for us. He came from Egypt to present the experience of Egypt in higher education and contribute to our discussions here. So I will start with the video. It's a 20 minutes presentation by the minister. Vamos começar com o vídeo, então. Professor Jacob Paris, who was the president of the Brazilian Academy, was supposed to chair this session, but he also will come later, so I'm starting on his behalf.
Good morning. I'd like to convey to all of you, my best compliments.
Dá para apagar essa luz aqui?
Dá para aumentar um pouco?
E aumentar o som.
Good morning. I'd like to convey to all of you my best compliments as Minister of Education of Brazil, to tell you that it's a great moment for our country to host this meeting convened by the Brazilian Academy of Sciences that will discuss, that has been discussed since yesterday, and that will still discuss the whole day today, the ways we can take in order to improve academic quality and inclusion. I will talk about social inclusion and academic quality as is in the program. I apologize for not being able to be with you physically, since the requirements of my post have made that I stay in Brasilia for the whole day. But I'd like to begin my comment with a quote from Saint-Exupéry, the great French author that most people know from his book Le Petit Prince. Many of us must have read it when we were children, and a lot of lessons may have been drawn from this beautiful book. But I will consider another book, Terre des Hommes, that he published in 1939, so on the eve of the Second World War, and that ends by an experience he had some years before, in the mid-30s, when he was traveling in a train that brought many Polish workers from France to Poland. They had lost their jobs, they were coming home. This was a third-class train, so the circumstances were very difficult for everybody. And then he saw a small boy, and the boy was beautiful. And the boy was sleeping on the neck of his mother, with his father at her side, and he was fascinated by this child. And then he began to think, this can be Mozart. This could be Mozart. This could be the great Austrian composer or some other genius of our history. the beauty of this small boy, all the possibilities he could carry inside him. But he went on and he thought, but this is Mozart assassiné. This passage is quite well known by this title, Mozart assassiné, murdered Mozart. All the possibilities this boy could give to the world, all the possibilities he could himself develop, were being murdered by the circumstances that afflicted him. These are the last pages of the book. The book ends with this sad memory, the sad idea that a lot of possibilities are destroyed in the world due to poverty, due to war, due to destruction. This is the point where we must begin to discuss our question. What is the meaning of social inclusion with academic quality when we have a country that has murdered so many Mozarts in the last centuries? Everybody knows in Brazil, but I think most of our foreign guests don't know, education took a very long time to develop in Brazil. In fellow countries of Latin America, the first university was created by the Spaniards in the mid 1530s, 500 years ago. In Brazil, the first university we had has been created in the 1920s, so less than 100 years ago. On the other side, we had an emperor, Dom Pedro II, that ruled for almost 50 years in the 19th century. That was a very cultivated man, almost a scholar, that liked education but did almost nothing in order to provide Brazil with an educational system. Education took a very long time to develop in the country, either as basic education or as higher education. So, for instance, in 1968, when I began my higher education studies, we had only 100,000 university students in the whole country of Brazil. 100,000, less than 50 years ago. In 2003, when President Lula was inaugurated, we had less than 4 million university students in Brazil. It was 3.9 to be precise. Now we have 7.3 million students in Brazilian universities. It means in the last 12 years, we were able to raise the number of university students in Brazil by, say, 90%. It was a huge endeavor, and it was linked to a series of measures that tried to include many people that had been socially excluded for a very long time in the country, mostly people from African or Indian descent and poor people. So what has been done in the last years? First of all, several federal universities have been created. Around 20 federal new universities have been created in the last 12 years, as well as more than 100 new campuses of the same federal universities. And we were able at the same time to provide access to the university for poor people. This means several measures were taken. One of them is to ensure they have a sort of quota. This is our brand of affirmative action. It means that in federal universities, half of the students should enter that come from public school in Brazil, from public middle schools. In Brazil, usually, basic education, when it's provided by the state, is not good. When it's private, it's better, usually. But in the universities, it's the contrary. Universities, which are private, are not so good as the public ones. So one point that's very cruel, socially speaking, is that people who have money will go to universities that are free, because public education in Brazil is free. They pay nothing for it. While people who come from poorer backgrounds and have studied at public schools during their basic education years will go to higher education institutions that are paid and that are not so good. This is one of the points, one of the problems we have. So in order to foster social inclusion in the universities, we had to give them, first of all, quotas. Half of the students that enter the universities shall come from public schools. This is a law that will have to be fully uh, obeyed in the next few years. A time was given to every university, every federal university, in order to make its own way to get this result. But most of them have already reserved half of their place for those students. Second point, inside these 50% of students that come from public schools, there are ethnical quotes benefiting most of all people from African and from Indian descent. They are people that are excluded in the country. Quite often they do not have the same opportunities as people who are white and come from richer backgrounds. So our quota systems include two main questions. From one side, people who come from public school. On the other side, people who come from an ethnical background. The other half of the places in the university is free for all. I mean, people can enter them, can get their places without quotas, and so people who come from richer backgrounds still they have their place in the university. At the same time, as I have told you, we more or less doubled the number of the places in the universities. So for people who are neither poor nor from ethnic minorities, they have the same number of places to enter the university as they had 10 years ago. They lost nothing. What the government tried to do was to create new places so that the students that were historically discriminated against could enter their place without taking the other people's places. This has been and still is one of the main public policies. Other policies to ensure them with food and shelter. Without food and shelter, for many of them, it would be difficult to follow their studies. It was considered that it was not enough to give them place, but we should also provide them with the material means to study during 3, 4, 5 years. We must add that several studies that have been made showed that the performance of the quota students is not inferior to the performance of the other students. I mean, they don't have the same grades, they don't get same grades when they apply to enter the university. They uh, they had a poorer education than richer people, so they need the quotas. But several studies have showed that in 1 year or a couple of years at most of them will have the same level of quality in their studies than people who came from better schools than them. Because to get there, they have shown a lot of stamina. They have shown that they are very able to face challenges, and so we consider that the results of these students in the university are good, and that academic quality is not jeopardized by their presence. I should add another point. I told you about the expansion of federal universities. A lot of new universities have been created, a lot of places, and so on. But I should add that particular care has been given to their quality. We had in Brazil a lot of doctors without job. We have a good system of PhD training in Brazil. Historically, we say that we can boast of only one level of education in Brazil. This level is graduate studies. It has been consistently evaluated by CAPES. CAPES is an agency that belongs to the Ministry of Education, and that has historically been concerned with this evaluation and support of graduate studies in the whole country. CAPES' job has been crucial in order to ensure that quality and quantity in the training of doctors and master degree holders are good. So we had 10 years ago some thousands of PhDs that had gotten their degree but were not able to find jobs. At the same time, we had a lot of people who wanted to enter the higher education and they had no school, no institution to apply to. The creation of many campuses and of 20 new federal universities was able to give places to the students, as I told you before, but also jobs to the doctors that were jobless. So most of our new federal universities have as their faculty members majority of PhD degree holders, which helps a lot to ensure the students will get a good quality in their education. At the same time, when you have a PhD degree holder, you know he's not only a teacher, he or she is not only a faculty member, he or she is a researcher. So in the new universities, particular attention has been taken to ensure that at least the best among the PhD degree holders can have some room for their research. This means a lot of new master degree and sometimes doctoral programs have been created all along Brazil. This is what we are doing. It's a big endeavor. When President Lula was inaugurated in 2003, we had 12.2% of net enrollment rate in the higher educational system. Now I will deal with the net enrollment rate in the higher education. By this data, we mean people from 18 to 24 years old that are enrolled at higher education. We consider these people to be people who are studying at the right age. They should be, and they are at a higher education institution. But I must add that we will consider not only those who are enrolled, but also those who already got their degree. I explain it. Many people get their degree at 22, 23, 24 years old. It's unfair to consider they are not at a higher education institution because they have already been and they got their degree. So when we discuss net enrollment rate, we always consider both people who are presently studying at a higher education institution and people who have already finished their studies getting their degree, the people who have achieved their studies at that level. So if you take the data for the beginning of President Lula's government, it was 12.2% of those people. I mean, only one for every 8 young people from that age was enrolled or had concluded his or her studies at a university or another higher education institution. Now we have a little more than 20%. We have 20.2%, which means one for every 5 Brazilians have finished or are presently studying at a higher education institution. It's a good advance. We are proud of this. But of course, we should raise this number. We should enter the 30% band, and then in other years continue to raise it in order to be at same level as developed countries. This fact, these numbers I told you, show we are following the right path. We are giving a lot of more people access to the universities. We are worried about their permanence, so we have these social programs that give them food and shelter, for instance. We give them faculty members that are, most of them, most of the new teachers, the new faculty members, PhD holder, degree holders. And last, we are trying to do our best in order to raise the number. Before finishing, I should tell you we have to take in the old technical schools that belong to the federal system that have been created since 1909 by former President Nilo Peçanha. We have raised their number, but we also have given them a branch of higher education. So the Federal Institute for Science and Technology are able to train people that are 15 to 17 years old, but also people older than them with a higher education quality for these older. And this is important for us because we want to raise the number of people with formation, with training in STEM, in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. We consider that we also have to change a little the landscape of what's provided for people in higher education in Brazil. We should consider that several professions have very strict regulations, such as engineering, medicine, law. Not everybody can practice law. It's necessary to have a degree. It's necessary to go to the bar to be approved by the Order of the Lawyers of Brazil, which is our name for the bar examinations. But we have other professions that do not have the same requirements. So we have to devise different types of higher education for different requirements and different publics. Very likely, we will be very strict in the education for professional training that is ruled by specific laws that establish exactly what people should do in their jobs. I mean, for a doctor, a medical doctor, you must have a training that's very specific. But for other areas, we should maybe change what is being doing. New creations, the interdisciplinary bachelorships are very interesting. But I saw that Professor Naumar de Almeida, the former provost of the University of Bahia, the Federal University of Bahia, is also at the seminar. I think he is able to explain to you what he has been doing, which is very interesting. So social inclusion and academic quality, that was my subject, can be supplemented by several other interventions. I am sad not to be able to discuss with you, to answer questions from you, to give you more explanations. But anyway, I hope to have been of some help to you. And once again, I want to convey to you the best wish of a good Congress, a Congress that can be beneficial for everybody. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
It's a pity. It's a pity that he couldn't be here personally. Hello? Yeah. It's a pity that he couldn't really be here personally because there are many issues he raised which we would like to comment. I will just make one observation that he spoke mostly, not only about the public sector, and the public sector is 25%. Actually, the federal system is less than, around 20% or less of the higher education sector. 70% is private, and so most of these programs refer to the public. Yeah, but this federal system is 18 or something like that. Yeah. Okay, I'll give the word to you. Go ahead.
Well, first, good morning for all. I want to congratulate Simon for this seminar. And excuse me for my bad English, I didn't prepare nothing. And I will call your attention about two questions that I think that the minister didn't pointed out. First, that our biggest problem of inclusion in Brazil is the bad quality of basic education. Last week, the Minister of Education announced the results of the first national evaluation of children at the end of third grade with 8 years old or more in literacy, in Portuguese and math. And the results were tragic. Less than 40% of our children at the end of third grade are able to read and are able to understand, to read numbers. This is my, sorry, I esqueci. Sorry. Thank you.
Maybe it's the minister.
No, it's not.
He's calling you.
Perhaps he is very, sorry.
He heard her say poor
Yes.
level, so
He's worried about, no. You know, it's not the minister, but he's the governor of São Paulo. Where are we? Well, let's say, well, first, last week, the results of the national evaluation, national assessment of children of 8 years or more at the end of third grade was terrible. Only 37% of children are able to read one phrase or one paragraph. The most majority can only read words, isolated words. Then they can recognize the symbols. And in the case of mathematics, only 20% of our children. Remembering that if we have 7 million students in higher education, we have 51 million students in basic education, in fundamental schools, elementary schools, low secondary level, and high schools. So there is a big mistargeting in Brazilian education system, and this mistargeting has to do with quality in basic education and with lack of access and quality at secondary level of schooling. Only 50% of our 19 years old people, considering the cohort, the whole, como é que eu falo isso? The cohort of 19 years old, only 50% have the conclusion at a high school. It's an absurd. And considering the 9 years of elementary school, only 60% of students are finishing elementary school in Brazil, the last number of the Ministry of Education, INEP. So these big numbers show that we have big problems. First, we have problems of coordination among the 3 levels of government, considering basic education policies in Brazil. We can say we have 5,640 systems of education, because our municipalities have autonomy to define curriculum, teacher training, career, and so on. Also the Brazilian states, the 27 Brazilian states. So there is a lack of coordination among federal government, central government, state government, and municipal government. This is one problem. But in my view, the biggest problem is that we don't have a national policy for teacher training and national guidelines for teacher career. In Brazil, to be a teacher is very complicated. Today, we have 2,200,000 teachers in Brazil. In 80% of these people have their undergraduate level in private universities, studying at night, and during the day they are working and go to faculties of pedagogy in the night, to have an undergraduate certification and to be a teacher in a public schools. And these people, in general, they represent the first generation of their families because they are very poor and they make a big effort to develop these courses. They represent the first generation in their family that have a higher education degree. This is the problem. And all the programs of in-service teacher training are not dealing with the real problem, because faculties of pedagogy, even federal faculties of pedagogy, they have a program that ignores the needs and the framework they have to develop to form the competences of the future teachers. And the teachers are leaving federal universities, federal faculties of pedagogy, and leaving private faculties of pedagogy without the basic competences the teacher have to have to be a good teacher. Everybody in this room knows that all the evidences and research about quality in education shows that teacher quality is one of the most important factors inside school level to explain the improving quality in public schools when we have a lot of students with lower backgrounds and coming from poor families and that live in neighborhoods very, very poor. This is our problem. And the Ministry of Education is not thinking about that, because in the last 15 years, the Ministry of Education didn't put in place a good program for teacher training, a good curriculum for faculties of teacher training. They are absolutely very ideological. They ignore the contents that students have to learn in the classroom, in public schools, and the Ministry of Education is responsible for higher education in Brazil, is the only authority in our institutional and political structure responsible to define what is the curriculum, what and how the future teachers have to learn to be a good teachers. We don't have clinical residence in our teacher training programs. We don't have good curriculum. In general, teachers leave faculties knowing a lot about macro, the philosophy of education, sociology of education, history of education, but they don't know how to teach children to learn how to read. So this is our problem. At the end of high schools, we have 10% of students with adequate level of in mathematics and only 25% in Portuguese. But the problem is in the beginning of basic schools. They don't learn how to read, they don't learn how to think, they don't learn how to write, and at the end of high school we have a disaster in Brazilian education system. And of course, in higher education, the problems are very known. Everybody here knows and have heard the minister talking about quotas, the expansion, and so on. But the problem is not higher education. The problem is quality in basic education. Well, sorry, these are my comments because I'm really convinced that if we don't put a big attention in quality and teacher training in basic education, it will be impossible to improve higher education.
Thank you. Perhaps, okay. Oh, perhaps we could take one or two, a few questions and then move to Egypt. Okay, Luis Davidovich.
Thank you for this. Sum up of new problems.
Luis.
My question is
Luis,
about.
microphone.
My question is about the issue of responsibilities. And because we usually say the government is responsible for that, but what about the responsibility of professors of universities? Because I once compared the curricula of federal universities, it's the State University of São Paulo, the Catholic universities, as far as forming teachers for basic education goes, and they all look the same. They teach their students how to, I think, methods to teach science, methods to teach mathematics, but they don't know anything about mathematics or science. So I wonder what, where the responsibility is, because it seems to be that our colleagues are very much responsible for that, colleagues in the universities. So I'd like to have your comments on that.
Rubens Penha Cisne, Getúlio Vargas Foundation. I would like to explore a bit the concept of subsidiarity, which is a scholastic concept which places the government as subsidiary to our actions. The situation is indeed catastrophic, and if I wonder if we could not think about plans having the people, the students who are in the tertiary sector, by means of an effort coordinated by the government, going to meet the secondary school students, going to somehow give back to the country what they get from public education for free, in an effort which should somehow be parallel to what we have done in Brazil with the Projeto Rondon regarding health, but with the education. I also wonder if the fellow colleagues from China, India, and South Africa could tell us something about that, because the situation is dramatic, and I think we need an effort from the society. The government right now I think we should not rely only on the government. It's a very difficult situation.
One more comment. Then I'll ask you to make a final comment, and then we'll move on.
Well, of course, Professor, I agree absolutely with your comments, because I think that, of course, there is a big responsibility of our colleagues at universities that they are not doing their job. Well, I am from University of Campinas. I have here colleagues from University of São Paulo, Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, and so on. The problem is that all the research about the programs of University of São Paulo, University of Unicamp, and federal universities in general, as the big research of Bernadette Gatti, shows that all the programs are bad. All the programs of federal courses of pedagogy, and all the licenciaturas in math and science, they are terrible. The teachers are not learning, the students, the future teachers are not learning the contents and how to use these contents in a didactical way to teach the students. They don't know how to teach, and they are leaving the faculties without knowing how to teach. And this is our biggest problem, and I think that there is a big responsibility of our universities. In the state of São Paulo, it's incredible, because USP, Unicamp, and UNESP is better. than USP and Unicamp. UNESP has a big interaction with municipalities and with public schools, and it's a university that has, I think, 30 campuses around the state. But USP and Unicamp, they ignore public schools in general. They ignore, or they think that Brazilian public schools are like Finnish public schools, that all the teachers will have autonomy to teach, they will have creativity to think about innovative curriculum and things like that. Absolutely out of our concrete reality. And your question about students of third grade, there is programs in the United States like Teach for America that they have developed in India. Now there is a program in South America called Teach for All. This program is organized by NGOs and private universities. They are trying to convince governors and mayors about the importance of having third grade students helping teachers at school level. And one problem that I didn't talk about, and in my view is perhaps the most difficult to face, and we have to have courage to face it, is corporatism, unions. In the Brazilian case, teacher unions, they are very, very powerful. In the state of São Paulo, teacher union have a big budget. They have a building of 13
Floors.
Yes, in the Avenida Ipiranga, in downtown, the center of the city of São Paulo. They have a budget for media and marketing, biggest than the budget that the State Secretary of Education have. And they have a lot. They have more than 50 lawyers taking care of problemas trabalhistas. Yes, so it's a big structure. They are very powerful, and this year we have more than 18 Brazilian states having strikes of teachers. Strikes of 100 days, 120 days. It's not a strike of 1 week. It means that a lot of Brazilian children, they didn't have classes for 2, 3, 4 months. In the state of Santa Catarina, children they are beginning the year since July, because they beginning this year since February, from February to June, in having a strike. The same in Paraná, the same in São Paulo, the same in Rio de Janeiro last year, the same in Minas Gerais, all the states. What is going to happen with these children? Of course, at the end of the year, they will not have access to the curriculum. Of course, it's impossible to ensure that one curriculum supposed to be given during 200 days a year will be given in 100 days. It's impossible. This is Brazilian reality now. We are facing a big problem since Marisa Abreu is here. She's an expert in teacher career, and is really unbelievable what is going on with teacher career, strikes, and national policies for teacher training. And the results, sorry, the minister, I respect a lot the minister. He is an important professor of University of São Paulo and important intellectual, but the problem is that we are losing one generation of children. In the last 5 years, Brazilian education, in terms of quality, didn't move considering the results of Brazilian national assessment. We didn't move. So this is complicated.
Well, thank you very much. I think this issue of how you link higher education with general education is a very central issue because, of course, we can discuss higher education, but if we ignore which kind of students we get there, and the discussion is very much on the empty. So I'll stop here with this part, and let's move to another part of the world. Professor Said, please.
Thank you very much. Hello? Well, I usually don't use any microphones when I give lectures. So if
No, but it's working now.
it's working now, okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Simon for inviting me to attend this wonderful discussions that I have been listening to for the second day today. He proposed actually to talk about dilemmas of social inclusion and academic quality. But since the dilemmas are everywhere, so I am just going to address the whole issues that are raised within this seminar here. And very rightfully, what Professor Maria said about the problems, we are facing the same identical problems in Egypt, as you will see from the presentation. So I will just try to review the whole dilemmas that we are facing, not only about the academic quality or social inclusion, but rather in every aspect of the higher education development agenda, as we will see through. I will just give you a very quick background on what I'm doing, and then we will focus about the higher education in developing countries, the very topics that have been discussed here. I will speak about the challenges and key issues that confront the higher education and for which we are really doing all the reform activities, the problems of access to higher education, and then I'll talk a little bit about the governance of the higher education system in Egypt, how it is funded, and what efforts are we doing towards developing the quality agenda there. And then the current reform agenda that we are pursuing. So it will give you a flavor of what is going on in Egypt. I have been directing since 1991 two projects, one for the engineering and technical education, and that really focused on developing the research infrastructure and laboratories and so on. It was a $38.8 million. And then after that, I was also directing the overall higher education enhancement project, and that was about $75 million funded by the World Bank, co-funded actually by the World Bank, and that really entailed developing an overall strategic plan for the higher education system in Egypt, and they were translated into 25 projects with specific indicators to address and so forth. Currently, we have two ongoing projects in parallel. Because of the funding problem, we don't have a funding formula or any system of funding, so we are trying to adopt the system that is applied by the UK HEFCE model, the Higher Education Funding Council for Education, and that is, we are currently doing a partnership with this institution to try to find a scholarships program based on merit or performance. And another one is promoting the partnerships among the higher education institutions and US institutions, and we have parallel programs with the German and the French, and many bilateral agreements focus on developing such partnerships. So, of course, the international seminar touched upon the policies of access, the role of national and regional governments, the stakeholders and governance in higher education, science and technology, and elite universities. We have heard that, and currently we're in that session here. Then we will hear about the financing of the higher education in the next session, and the institutional differentiation and assessments of quality assurance. So all those issues I'm just going to address one at a time. Before developing any higher education system, we really have to identify the problems. And the problems we identified in our system were the poor organizational structures of of our higher education institutions, the limited spaces available for access to higher education. The government is not able to cater for the whole education system, so they are opening streams for other education systems like private education, open and distance learning education, etc. Same very much. The imbalance between the public and private higher education institutions across provinces. That's a problem. The distribution is mainly in the main capital, and we want to cater, but nobody wants to invest in provinces, and that is creating a problem within the country for mobility and so on. The large number of students in humanities and social science, you will find that nearly three quarters of our system is in humanities and social sciences. And those are problems, by the way, across all the countries are available there. When you compare statistical information, you will find that most of the countries have the same issues here. The weak links between higher education institutions and the labor market, the industry, and so forth. So I'm raising those because I'm going to give you a global picture of how we are tying all this together and developing, because you cannot just follow one single track to reform the whole higher education. There are parallel tracks that you have to talk about. You have to coordinate all those efforts in order to reach a specific ultimate goal. And this is how I'll show you how this is being done. There is one of the major problems that were spelled out here is there is only one criteria for admission to the higher education, only from the secondary school level, and this is creating a problem because the numbers now are so inflated to the extent that whoever gets 98% does not even get admitted to whatever college he wants. So we are defeating the purpose. So currently we are considering to have a skills oriented to measure the performance of the student rather than the insufficient ways to identify talented students. There are no mechanisms for that. Poor services in university hospitals. University hospitals take about quarter of our total budget of the higher education. And they were considering it to move to the health ministry. But of course, this is refused utterly because it's a training hospital and it has to be there. So we are really having a problem in those higher education hospitals. There are no small numbers of students sent on missions abroad, and that is also creating a problem. Despite the fact that we are having a lot of funds dedicated to that, but yet we don't have sufficient qualified either through language. So we really have to reform our program to prepare the students more appropriate for that. The limited financial resources available for the educational infrastructure. Over 80% of the budget goes to salaries, and that is also creating a problem. The poor quality of technical education and limited tracks. Poor communication with graduates, the alumni. We don't have, once they are graduates, they lose track. The imbalance in student to faculty ratio in some of the specializations. In some cases, we have 1 to 300 or 400. So that is another problem. But the foremost problem is what Professor Maria has raised, is the transition from secondary to tertiary education. The poor entry level of the higher education from secondary school graduates. It is really, we are suffering because everybody is trained to rather memorize rather than think. And that is a real problem that we are having. And the central admission does not enable placement according to student desire. Only one criteria, as I mentioned earlier. So depending on private tutor, most of the students are depending on giving support from extra support. And the mode of delivery encourages memorizing, not creating. Also, there is a very big problem that we are facing, the conflicts between the Ministry of Higher Education, the Supreme Council of Universities, Supreme Council of Private Universities, and Ministry of Technical and Education Training. Those ministries, first of all, and there is a big, I would say, chaos in the governance of the education system in general, because we used to have one minister for the whole education to have an overall vision for the education. Then they were separated. Then they created another ministry for technical and vocational education. Then now, just on last Saturday, they merged the Ministry of Higher Education with the Ministry of Scientific Research and Ministry of Education with the Ministry of Technical Education. So this unstable condition in the governance of our system is creating a problem. Now, when we try to envision for the quality or the improvement of the reform, we have to think about sustainability of the reform activities, the access and equity to free education. There are constitutional rights that we have to abide with, the quality and relevance of the system, the ownership. It's very important whether to go top down or bottom up. We try to target the bottom up approach, but it is inevitable to go from top to down. Public-private partnerships with industry and the community we have a gap here that we have to address. The labor market relevance and needs, the competitive reform initiatives and mechanisms. This is a mechanism that is highly accepted for being transparent and giving chance to equal opportunity to institutions to benefit. And foremost, having incentive schemes at all levels. Because at the end of the game, everybody would pose a question, what is in it for me? And whether we like it or not, this is how it works. Just to give you a flavor of the size of our higher education institutions, they are formed of public universities. We have 23 public universities, 371 colleges, and we have 102 colleges affiliation guided or affiliation open education. We have technical colleges. We'll have a stream for Al-Azhar University, which is 77 faculties, and this is not under the Ministry of Higher Education. It's under the Islamic University, the ministry. The private universities, we have 25 universities that incorporate 226 colleges. The higher private institutes, we have about 150 institutes and middle private institutes. This here captures the framework for education and training in Egypt. And this is a very important drawing, really, that sums up the whole education structure, starting from kindergarten and going to primary, secondary, and then general secondary certificate. And then what we used to have for the technical education is it stops at 2 years and that's it. And the community perception was very low on this kind, and it was not able to attract. And we believe that in Egypt, this is one of the most important streams to look into. And for that reason, we made parallel tracks for the higher education universities, and then the technical colleges giving 2, 3, and 4-year programs, as well as diplomas, technological degrees in masters and PhD. And we have a very similar remuneration structure to attract people to continue in the technical branch. We have also mapped our education system with the competencies that are developed. We have four competency levels, as well as the national qualifications framework. We have developed also the national qualifications framework that constitutes 8 different levels, and and each level shows the exit to the labor market. So the bottom here is representing the labor market, and those dotted lines represent the exits to the labor market from every individual level. And this is very important to tie the whole education system. Also, we have this level here is entrepreneurship education, which was discussed yesterday, and we think that entrepreneurship education is not necessarily, because the way it is perceived, it is just for job creation, but we think that entrepreneurship education promotes innovative and creative thinking, and for that reason we cannot just consider it for the higher education. It has to be starting from the kindergartens onwards. And we have developed an ecosystem and a business model and everything in that respect, but what we really lack is the proper coordination among all the main players. And the entrepreneurship goes for entrepreneurship extracurricular activities, the cross-curricular, which is it is inherent within the program, the education program, as well as the dedicated curriculums and centers for entrepreneurships and so on the university levels. So this really here captures the whole education structure mapped together. And the problem we have is the interface between the secondary schooling and the university, because of the very reasons that Professor Maria mentioned in her intervention. We also developed an integrated quality model in higher education, where you have the institutions determine their mission statements, the goals and aims, expected outcomes, and there is an input and a process and the output in order to realize those missions and achieve the goals and so on. And this model here is adopted by a national quality assurance agency that we have established to look into the quality system. The national quality assurance started in 2007, but really the only 2 institutions were accredited in 2010. In 2014, they reached about 61, and the distribution, the table down there shows per university how many institutions are accredited. Now in 2015, I think they reached about 75, but still we are very much delayed, and we are starting for those 2 universities here the re-accreditation process as well. The governance structure of the Egyptian higher education, you can see from here, those are the government ministries that are directly engaged with the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Planning, and Ministry of Higher Education. And here on the right side, the community levels, and in the middle, you have the universities and higher education institutions, our National Qualifications Authority, and the student here. What I just want to show is that we are trying to target that the financing of students, because our system is free education in the public sector, it is free education. But if you are requesting from the institutions to deliver quality programs, then quality has a cost, and somebody has to pay that cost. So it is free education. It has to be between the Ministry of Finance to fund the students. And for that reason, we are inviting this model, the Higher Education Funding Council for Education, so that the budgets for universities are really determined based on the students rather than just a direct negotiations or a percentage. The roles and responsibilities are spelled here in government bodies, from ministries, supreme councils, and the roles vary from planning, policy making, implementation, and so forth. Those are very regular things. The way the funding is done mainly is from the government. We don't have any funding formula available, and the problem is that every president of university negotiates his budget with the Ministry of Planning and the Ministry of Finance, and at the end of the game, depending on the available funds, they just increase by 5 or 9%, which really defeats the purpose of any problem. Because if you are wanting to comply with the national academic reference standards and the quality, the conditions for accreditation, you really have to maintain certain norms. And to do that, you need 2.5 to 3 times the budgets that are doing. So every university has to set its own priority to make sure. We have different, diverse, the good thing is that we have diverse sources of funding from the World Bank, for European Union, USAID, UNESCO, the Ford Foundation, DFID, and so many funding also from bilateral agreements, because many countries like Italy, Germany, Austria, and so forth, they are very much interested to support the Egyptians, depending on their expertise in technical and vocational education and so forth. The current project that I am directing here as the chief of party is called the Higher Education Partnerships Program. And that is after we really identified the weaknesses between the partners, the partnership among our universities and the private sector and the industry and so forth. So we are getting a grant, a $250 million grant from the USAID, basically to dedicated for sending missions abroad, as well as promoting the partnerships through competitive funding. And the basic overall objective is to facilitate the partnership between Egyptian and US higher education and Egyptian US businesses to enhance the higher education and align the research with industry needs, contributing to Egypt's human capital and economic growth. This is basically, and it has 3 basic objectives, and they all match with the overall developmental objectives that we are talking about, improving the quality and relevance. Quality really is a buzzword, and this is what we are really focusing on, and this is what causes the imbalance between the private higher education and the public, because we are trying to scrutiny the public education to make sure that they are delivering quality work, because the law that was developed is they are for profit, and we are trying to encourage the development of not for profit education, and that is also a problem, because we really need to attract some. We only have one university, that is the American University in Cairo, which is a not-for-profit organization, but that is only attracting 5,000 or 6,000, and the whole private education is attracting, universities less than 3 to 5%. So we are far from having extra support to the government to create the funding. However, when we consider the higher education institutions, it reaches about 20% or so. Here, our thoughts of the development is the virtuous circle for the higher education development, and it is based on 4 pillars: the academic, the institutional, the commercial, social, and the policy level. And the academic innovation builds competence of faculty and students. The institutional upgrades and building capabilities and linkages. The social skills, graduates, and useful research fuel. And the policies are made to support. So the better policies you have, the better academic performance you will have, and so on. And this goes on to increase the impact on the higher education. Here we are trying to establish this partnership program. On the left side here, this is the traditional partnership, university per university, and having a technical assistance at the center here. But that has very limited impact and limited outcome. And that's why we are trying to establish what we call learning innovation networks, LINs, to promote the collaboration and the dissemination of the information or the partnerships among two universities. However, the rest of the universities can benefit from all those. So we target establishing 21 substantially improved university programs aligned with the sector needs, 6 dual degree programs with US universities established, 2,000 Egyptian professors with improved pedagogical skills. Those are indicators we put to test whether we have accomplished what we are doing or not. And the widespread awareness of the higher education partnership achievement, and the publication, the number of publications to be done, and of course, the most and foremost thing is to address the policy issues that are required to support such partnerships. In conclusion, I mean, one has to really look at the global deficiencies that we all are witnessing in all the diverse branches and make sure that we are taking coordinated steps towards improving those agendas. Thank you very much.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you very much, Professor Said. I think that one of the points which at least caught my attention is that the importance of international cooperation and technical assistance coming from other countries. I think for the big BRICS countries, this is probably less important because of the relative size of the countries. But still, I remember in Brazil, the way the higher education system was organized in the 60s was based on a US AD mission which came here and told us that all institutions should be like Harvard, and we're still paying for that. So I'll open for questions and discussions.
And I'd like to appreciate your speaking because I have 2 comments or 2 questions about cooperation and networks and funding, international funding. Oh, I saw it to right because I didn't, maybe I forget. So I'd like to talk and to listen about the possibility to solve our problems. And I think that this moment is for it because we are discussing about policies. So I imagine that we are creating something different for us. So my first question or my first comment is how and when are we create a kind of cooperation networks in higher education with BRICS, as example of Bologna Treaty, and something as international accreditation or students mobility, because we don't have it. And now in the south of Brazil, and in Brazil in general, or not in Latin America, or in BRICS, for example. And about the funding, we have lost the possibility to participate at international funding, like European Commission, like Horizon 2020. We have lost this possibility last year, I remember maybe. And because we are considered at a strong economy, because we are BRICS, we are from BRICS. So I'd like to talk or to listen about these 2 issues.
Another question? Yeah.
I have a question concerning for-profit education sector, and what's the problem and issues in your for-profit education, and how do you encourage non-profit higher education to grow? Thank
How
you.
do you what?
Encourage
Oh.
your non-profit higher education to grow.
Please, Ruby. Okay.
Thank you. I would like to pose once more my previous question, now regarding the experience of Egypt. If you'd have any case to tell us about when the tertiary sector education meets the secondary or the primary educational system to transfer to them their knowledge and somehow to pay back the fact that you have mentioned that the government is the main provider of public education. I mean, you have mentioned that the government is a very great stakeholder, meaning the financing of tertiary education. So I would wonder if you have any case in Egypt to tell us about in which the people who are enrolled in the tertiary sector somehow meet the secondary system and the primary system to transfer to them a bit of their knowledge and to pay back what they get from the government and from the taxpayers regarding free education, a non-governmental solution to our problem.
One question more, and Pani, please.
Yeah, my question is about why is Egypt so dependent on foreign aid? I mean, this is not unique to Egypt, but it is.
I'm sorry, we are not hearing.
Yes.
Did you hear? You didn't hear the question?
No, why don't you repeat it, please?
My question is, why is Egypt so dependent on foreign aid in the higher education sector? This is a concern not only in Egypt, but across Africa. The colonialists left a half a century ago, but a new form of dependency has crept in. And this has huge costs in terms of the country's autonomy in terms of policy making. So I'd like you to respond to that question.
I think there is one more question. No? Yes, Babashevsky.
Yeah, my question is about I think it addressed some of the questions made by Professor Feng Xiao, which is how you can encourage the non-for-profit private sector. Because in Brazil, we had a very disastrous situation because we enforced a highly tight evaluation over the private sector. And what happens is that the non-for-profit sector institutions went down, and we are now under a strong process of concentration into for-profit institutions in Brazil. So all the community, more basic colleges and small faculties and things like that just were whipped out from the Brazilian scene. I think maybe it's not only for poor quality, but because the cost of the evaluation was too high for them. And then what happened in Brazil is that nowadays the big for-profit teaching only institutions are dominating the scene in Brazil.
Okay, I think one thing. Yeah, just that's the last question here, and then okay.
Thank you. Mine is actually very kind of it's just a comment I would like to hear from you about the impact of the Arab Spring on higher education. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Your turn again.
Well, I was hoping to raise some provoking questions, but they are too provoking actually. So, but let me try to respond. I mean, about cooperation and student mobility, we are promoting this through also participating with the European Union, and we have a missions department that caters for student mobility to increase their going to study abroad and those kind of you know, like the Erasmus Mundus and the mobility grants and all those mechanisms are well in place in Egypt to cater for that. You were talking about the funding or something. What?
Some funding from European Commission because we are a scientist.
Yeah, we are having exactly the same mechanisms with other European and funding bodies to fund those activities.
But our problem is not in general, because in your speech and from China and India, we have the same problem.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's possible to discuss about some policies regarding funding, international funding.
The way we are funded with international organizations is through our Ministry of International Planning. They have about 58 partner groups that are communicating and trying to see how best we can develop our education. Not only the education system, but other forms of collaboration, of course. But the education system has a kind of priority in there, and we try through the Ministry of International Cooperation to identify who are the partners that would really finance the mobilities and so forth. There are also, we have developed a fund called Education Development Fund, as well as the two funds actually, and another one for Science and Technology Development Fund. Now you can apply for those funds to either go to do some part-time research activities outside, or to try to prepare for a partnerships, getting some seed funds to benefit from. And those ministries, they have mechanisms through which you can apply. Also, our missions department do address this the issue, but the problem lies within the limited amount of funding that is available from the government, and sometimes because of the problems the unstable situation within the government, the current government now, and the changes have been frequently happening over the 4-5 years, setting their own priorities. Usually they go take the funds from such mobility grants and so forth. And the end result is really not having sufficient funding to support. But just to answer your question, yes, we have a funding mechanism, but it is limited to the funding that is obtained from foreign support. Encouraging not-for-profit. The not-for-profit is one of the major things that we have. We are doing this through government to government. Like, for instance, the Japanese, they have created a very top-notch university, research-oriented university that is not for profit, and it is co-funded by the Japanese and the Egyptian. The Japanese will have some professors coming and sending people to study 2 and 2, two years in Japan and 2 years in Egypt, and it's a very nice model. We have like our major newspapers that are making a lot of profit. They have established not-for-profit universities, or we are requesting major corporations that are offering as a social contribution from their side. They are invited to also invest for establishing not-for-profit organizations. But this, quite honestly, is moving very slow. We only have 2, and we have 3 in the pipeline that are negotiating and trying to establish not-for-profit organizations. Tertiary, the foreign dependence on funding. Well, I think I said before in the beginning that the government is not able to cater for the higher education or give full support, and that's why it is inviting the private sector as well as other bilateral agreements, because this is the political arena. You know, it's based on either multilateral agreements or bilateral agreements, and those bilateral agreements are basically to fulfill our own agendas. There is nothing that is dictated through that, and I'm aware that you are talking about colonialism and a different form of colonialism through the education side, but I don't think this is the case, because those bilateral agreements are used, or we try to use them to fulfill our basic requirements and needs. So I don't know if that answers the question or not. And about the tertiary and secondary, I think one of the things that you're talking about, the graduates from the tertiary that give support to the secondary, or well, one of the major problems we have, as Professor Maria mentioned, is the teacher, the teacher and the quality of the teachers and so forth. And we try to attract the graduates in order to support the secondary and then primary education and get enrolled, because the level of the teachers that we have are not up to the level to cater for making a smooth transfer between the secondary and the high school level. So the graduates from there, many of them are enrolled into the teacher education, because we have over 1.1 or 1.5, 2 million teachers, but many of them are not up to the level of that. So we are trying to change this here. And what else? The last question was
the Arab Spring.
The Arab Spring. Of course, let me say some differentiation between the branches or the higher education that we have is a little bit different than what is going on in Qatar and Emirates and so forth, because they have full branch campuses and that are offering 4-degree programs in their. But in our case, it's different. I mean, the private education are established, although they take the name German university, French university, and so on, but they are fully Egyptian universities that are established either through respective governments, like China is establishing a new university in Egypt, and Russia is establishing a new university in Egypt. So many of those countries, however, those are not branch campuses, but they are fully under the Egyptian law and so on. The Arab Spring, I don't think it is affecting. I mean, I'm talking about the higher education, because we have for long lost a lot of the students that were coming from the Arab region admitted into our education system. So it did not really make much difference in our admission of students from outside, and even sending professors to the Arab countries. many of the Arab countries used to depend on Egyptian faculty members because of the language, and they had a lot of trust and so forth. But this is one of the areas where it has been affected quite considerably, because the Arab countries have already established their faculty members and getting from abroad and so forth. So.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like just to make one comment on I think there is an issue of international cooperation, which, for instance, when we started with this project, we discussed the question of which kind of cooperation between the BRICS countries. And as you know, there is a BRICS organization, and supposedly you have some kind of cooperation. I think there is something happening. But basically, whenever you look at higher education, you see that even in Europe, where you have the Bologna model, and you have all the involvement in creating mobility among countries within the European Union, most of the issues on higher education, they are national issues. And in our project, it's very clear that these are very different countries. They are very the internal problems are very significant. The culture is very significant. They are very different, and there isn't really much you can do in terms of international cooperation. Of course, whatever you can do, it's good, but you cannot expect that this will evolve very much. There is an effort in South America to create some mobility between the South American countries in the Mercosur system, and it has not moved very much. I think it's for the same reason, because the countries are very different, the realities are very different, and you cannot really expect very much on that. So I think
South-South mobility is
it's an issue. I think it's you have to, but we can. It's time to stop here. We can continue to talk at coffee, and then we'll resume here at 11. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want just to say that the Brazilian Academy of Sciences is extremely happy with your presence here. Especially so because this topic of excellency in higher education is fundamental for all our countries and people. And this is a great event for our academy, and I wish just that you conclude your work very well and enjoy the remaining part of your stay in Brazil and in beautiful Rio de Janeiro. I always say that, which is true. So please come back to Rio, come back to the academy, and let's be together in the pursuit of our dream of having very good higher education in our countries. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next panel. Our next panel will be the issues of higher education financial support. My name is Baocheng Yang. I'm a vice president of Huanghe Science Technology University in China. It's the first private university certified by the Chinese government. So today we're going to have our presenter from US, Francisco. Francisco is an distinguished educator. Right now, he holds the World Bank's lead tertiary education specialist and the coordinator of its network of higher education specialists. Previously, he served as a founding executive director of a consortium for North American higher education collaboration, a network of more than 160 higher education institutions. Also, he worked as an assistant vice president for University of Arizona. Today, he's going to give us a talk about financing tertiary education in a resource-limited environment in the case of BRICS countries. Let's give him a welcome to have a great talk.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you some perspectives on the subject that is of a lot of interest to everybody. So Simon, thanks a lot for your great invitation, and thanks to the Academy for the great hospitality in these 2 days, in which I think we have had very meaningful discussions on what and how the importance of tertiary education in the BRICS country is going to be shaping, in a way, the landscape of tertiary education all over the world in future years. So I like to share with you sort of a perspective, not necessarily from the World Bank, but because I have been influenced by the World Bank just in the last 3 years. But basically, what I do, and I have been observing on tertiary education for many years since I was a student in Mexico, my own country, and then later, thanks to the great opportunity that I have had to travel to more than 70 countries, in which I have been able to study and to observe and to see how different and at the same time similar is tertiary education. So, and I think in order to see the very specific subject of financing of higher education or tertiary education, I think we need to go a little bit beyond the limits and to try to see the larger picture and how some of the different elements of what is happening outside tertiary education and outside funding of tertiary education probably has a significant influence on that. So some of the key challenges that we see from the World Bank in tertiary education in the world, I'm sure that probably you will see them as very relevant in the BRICS countries. First one is that we see all over the world a tremendous bias towards universities as the only place where people can have meaningful tertiary education preparation. And that significant bias, of course, introduces a lot of, I might say, distorted behaviors in governments and parents and students and society at large by idealizing that the only place where I can learn and have the title is from a prestigious university. And then the ideal of a prestigious university is this research-oriented, intensive research-oriented institution, which, as you know, it doesn't represent the overall landscape of tertiary education in the world. It is just a very tiny, small percentage of where, in reality, people receive tertiary education all over the world. So we need to try to see a little bit beyond the conventional. The second challenge we see is that there are significant limitations in the pathways that exist allowing mobility of students inside the tertiary education systems. In some countries, even those roads don't exist. So if you are in the 2-year technical education component of a tertiary education system, that is the end of the road. And that creates a very unfortunate, significant stratification of the tertiary education system in such a way that, with a few exceptions, the ones who attend those type of institutions are the ones who come not from the better off sectors of the society, but from the ones which are less privileged. And then the ones who are able to go to those prestigious institutions that are extremely strict in receiving those students who are not part of the family usually come from the better off sectors of our society, which, by the way, are the ones who don't, most of the times, probably may be able to contribute better to the funding of tertiary education than the other ones which are receiving a very lousy quality of tertiary education. Of course, I'm not talking about Brazil, right? I'm just talking about any other country. That I know that doesn't happen here. So quality control and assurance regulations and mechanisms all over the world have been improving, but still are relatively weak. And in many countries, we see that quality assurance becomes just a check mark. And also it becomes a great opportunity for the institutional leadership to be on the newspapers saying that now my institution is the best in the world, even though that doesn't translate into the improvement of the day-to-day teaching learning activity of the institution. And again, I'm just talking about other parts of the world. Significant challenge in tertiary education, which impacts, of course, funding of tertiary education, has to do with equity. And it is great news that more people are having access to tertiary education in the world. But still, when you dissect the information, unfortunately, you know, there are significant sectors of the societies which are not having access to that a significant component of the mobility, economic and social mobility in our country. So still there are significant disparities in access across regions. And of course, limited efficiency and limited engagement of institutions with the surrounding community. This traditional paradigm of universities as ivory towers, still it is very persistent in many places. And this idea of isolating the institution from the environment in order not to be contaminated by the day-to-day nuances of our societies, in some cases it is taken to the extreme. And that isolation from the surrounding community, of course, creates significant challenges and skepticism that more and more societies are expressing about what the heck is going on in our tertiary education institutions. And again, I'm just talking about other countries. Insufficient investment in tertiary education. You know, we see the numbers, and overall societies still need to invest. In some countries, the proportion of investment in tertiary education is extremely low, because there has been what I believe some kind of opportunistic role of states in sort of diverting that from the other components, which is understandable, of course. Policy and investment decisions are often based on inaccurate, biased, or incomplete information. And again, that influences a lot the public policy decisions, and of course influences a lot the public policy domain in whatever matter is that. Lack of knowledge of job market, which prevents institutions from transparently sharing information about employability, demanded skills, and costs with students. So in many countries, we see that limited information causes students to think that what they are going to be studying is going to pay back, to think that they will have a decent job, to think that it's worth it to assume a huge debt that probably they might not be able to pay back. And then somebody will have to pay that. We think that, well, you know, he or she has a problem, society at large has a problem. So in some countries that have transitioned the funding scheme in tertiary education mostly towards the families and the individuals, when those weak mechanisms for sharing information are there, at the end of the day, the entire society may pay back because somebody will have to pay, and the somebody will be, again, the entire society. And finally, another challenge we see in tertiary education is that there are still weak linkages of tertiary education with the agendas of research and innovation and regional development. And again, yesterday, Renato shared some information about the impact of research, which shows very clearly that that is an issue. So anyways, this is kind of the not very rosy picture that I wanted to share with you to begin with, and then chatting about the fact of what is going on with the funding. So in reality, there has been a significant progress in tertiary education in BRICS countries. This is the good news. And all of you involved in tertiary education in BRICS should be very proud of that, because at the end of the day, is the result of societies, educators, and government investing in and thinking that tertiary education is a good investment for society. We see the numbers. You know, total enrollment in tertiary education in BRICS countries, it is quite large. This is the landscape of just 1 year in terms of the size of the tertiary education system. But if we see that all over the years, you may see very interesting trends. Look at the case, for instance, of Brazil, has been sort of going up constantly. The case of China, that's getting much larger. The case of India. Russia is the only one that has had a small decline in the size of the tertiary education enrollment, and we will see why later. And then, unfortunately, in UNESCO's database, the information from South Africa is only available for the year 2013. So we don't have a way to see that progressive analysis of how tertiary education has been evolving in South Africa, but for sure, as it was explained yesterday, it has been a significant growth in tertiary education as well. So, but this is not exclusive of the BRICS countries. And that's why we should think that while we are walking, others are walking and probably are running. So look at the chart on the growth that tertiary education has had all over the world, with the exception of sub-Saharan Africa and a little bit of the MENA region. In general, all over the world, there has been a significant growth in tertiary education. So that we have witnessed in our generation a significant growth, massification of tertiary education. This is part of the good news, or sometimes not always very good news, as we will see after. So if we see the BRICS countries as a pie, that's the way those are distributed. You know, China represents about a little bit less than half of the students in tertiary education in the BRICS countries, followed by India, and then a smaller share of Brazil, Russia, and South Africa. If we see tertiary education enrollment in BRICS as a percentage of the global tertiary education enrollment, there is a very interesting contribution that you are making towards the world landscape of tertiary education. Globally, as you may know, tertiary education enrollment has increased in 10 years about 61% all over the world, about 61%. However, the enrollment in BRICS countries has increased in the same period of time almost a double. It has double the total enrollment in tertiary education, in such a way that as of today, out of 10 students in tertiary education in the world, 4 are in your countries. In other words, you represent almost the half of the total tertiary education enrollment all over the world. Of course, if we talk about diversity of the systems, as yesterday was a little bit explained in the case of India, there is a huge diversity in the system of tertiary education. And the question is if that infrastructure, that capacity in tertiary education is enough to cope with the population growth that your region is gonna, or your respective countries are is gonna be receiving in future years. And then here it's unavoidable that we need to make some scenarios, and some scenarios may look some optimistic, others might look a little bit pessimistic. So let's go into the optimistic side of the analysis of scenarios. So let's see what is going to happen in the world in terms of population by the year 2050. This is how the world was in 1950, and you can see there the BRIC countries. South Africa is not included because at that time South Africa, I think the total population was about 13 million people, and you can see that China, India, Russia, and Brazil were among the top 8 largest countries in the world in terms of population. By the year 2000, China and India, Brazil, Russia is starting to get low. And by the year 2050, Russia will be out of the league of the largest world countries in the world, while India will become the most populated country in the world. So sorry, our colleagues from Russia are going to be not anymore on the league of the most populated countries in the world. But, well, that's right. And the access rate to higher education probably too. So in other words, the population growth in BRICS countries is going to have a very interesting dynamics. This is, again, the 1950, the year 2000, the year 2013, which is the most recent data, and by the year 2050. So there is going to be a significant, interesting shift in the way that population is going to be growing in the BRICS countries. And that is, in a way, explained by the fact, as you know very well, that from now to the year 2050, population in the developed countries, as they are defined today, is going to be shrinking, while the population growth in the world will happen in the developing countries, which, by the way, are the ones who have younger people and are the ones who have less money, right? So it is going to be a significant recomposition, I might say, of the human capital in the world. And the question is, who's going to pay for the education of the ones which are going to be working by the year 2050 in order to pay the pensions of the ones, like myself, I hope, that are going to be retired, because I'm hoping to be there by the year 2050. Anyways, and that is an interesting challenge. You know, look at the case of Italy. I took this picture in Rimini last year, and it was very interesting to see that picture of, as you can see, society which is not having kids anymore. As you know, the sales of diapers for adults in Italy is larger than the sales of diapers for kids. And that, you know, can tell you a little bit about the recomposition, not only of the factories of diapers, but also, believe it or not, about the composition of education. And currently in the BRICS countries, the big challenge that we see all is more space in higher education, right? More people are coming. Is that going to stay forever? Probably not. Look at what happens in countries such as Japan right now, Armenia, Albania, even here in the Americas, in Puerto Rico. Last year, they had to close lots of secondary schools. Why? Because they were not complying with regulations? No, for a very simple reason. There are not students anymore. So there is going to be a significant shift in the way we understand growth in tertiary education right now. And again, the big question is, who's going to be paying for that? So this graying of societies in the world is going to be impacting dramatically the way that tertiary education is going to be shifting. By the year 2050, look at the case of Japan, where the great majority of the population will be people who are retired or are younger to work. In other words, there will be a very small number of people working, again, in order to pay for the ones who don't work. So if we translate that to tertiary education, what is the implication? Well, globally, as you know, more than ever, more people are having access to tertiary education. The growth has been kind of differential. In some parts of the world, China and BRICS countries in general has been dramatic, while others have not been as successful in achieving the goal of having more people with tertiary education. Nevertheless, the projections of the number of people which have tertiary education, despite of the scenarios, are all of them positive. Most of them, basically we are facing, and we will be facing yet in the future years, an increased growth in tertiary education. However, despite those big numbers of more people having access to tertiary education, still enrollment in tertiary education as a proportion of the total population in the world continues being relatively low. And again, you may see regions of the world such as Sub-Saharan Africa, which, by the way, as you know, is the region of the world that will experience the most dramatic growth in population. It's going to be the young continent of the future, but still the access to tertiary education there is very low in comparison to other parts of the world. So let's see specifically the case of the BRICS countries. Tertiary education, despite that growth, still continues being just a privilege for few, with the exception of Russia, that has had a very remarkable access rate to tertiary education. The rest of the world in the BRICS countries, still there is a big challenge. Look at the case of China, 4%, just 4%, despite that growth. So the case of Brazil, about 13%. So some relevant facts just to end this section. Demographic is and will continue being a major driver in growth in tertiary education. And secondly, tertiary education experience and will continue experience tremendous growth and diversification. So don't worry about losing your job. There will be plenty of things to do in future years because tertiary education, at least in the BRICS countries, will continue growing. So, but what are the implications of the global growth in tertiary education? Well, first and more interesting is that soon the developing countries will have the greatest share of the worldwide tertiary education enrollments. It won't be in the developed countries. It will be in the developing countries where most of the students in tertiary education will be. Secondly, it is in those economies, including the BRICS, where the future profile of what do we mean by global tertiary education will be defined. It won't be defined there. It will be defined here. And finally, worldwide, tertiary education will transition more and more from a still elitist approach towards a much more flexible access model in tertiary education. So if we try to see the future in tertiary education, well, of course, there will be, no question about that, a dramatic diversification of modalities and the type of providers of tertiary education. The funding model, of course, will have a significant influence on that. Secondly, the role of technology. Third, the multinationalization of tertiary education, which is happening now. We might not see that, but it is a reality in today's world. And also the issue of portability of credentials in a global society, which will be more and more mobile, as we are seeing very recently for the events that are happening right now in Europe and in other parts of the world. And let me propose to you that this will challenge the traditional assumption of what we understand as higher education, tertiary education, or university education. So one question that always we think about is if the many graduates of tertiary education will have a job. And that's where the supply and demand becomes very tricky. Because, on one way, we recognize that legitimate right that everybody has to have tertiary education. It is a dream that is achievable, why not? But on the other side, there is a limited capacity of economies to absorb the graduates of the tertiary education. And then who should decide that? The state? The market? The individuals? There is no solution to that. But for sure, there is some capacity that states may have in making sure that this alignment between supply and demand is in between certain limits. Otherwise, very uneasy situations may happen in societies, as we are seeing right now happening in other parts of the world. Paradoxically, it is interesting to see that when you ask the employers, usually they tend to complain, saying that what we do in tertiary education is pretty bad. That the graduates of tertiary education institutions don't have the right skills, and that they have huge difficulties to find jobs. Always I'm a little bit skeptical about that position from the employers, because many times I recognize that the employers have no clue about what they need, and probably sometimes they have no clue of what they will need in the future, not what they need right now. And also many times there is, I grew up in a home in which we had a business, and so I know that people doing business like to complain, because that's the way we do. And so it's always the employers want to have the best graduates, and with all the skills and all the experience, and also to pay half of what the graduate deserves. So of course there is this particular challenge, but there is something that it is telling us, the economy, when we see that many graduates of our tertiary education institutions are not having the jobs that, among other things, will pay the debts that they have. So interestingly, when you ask employers and educators about how wonderful are the graduates of the institutions, if you ask the educators, in this study, for instance, 72% of the educators, they say graduates are great. The best ones in the world are getting out from my institution. But then when you ask the employers, they say, 58% of them say, they are not. So I assume that the labor market is demanding a combination of skills, which sometimes is different to the one that is being provided by our tertiary education institutions. And of course, we know that what we learn in school not always is reflecting what it happens in the world. And the question is not how good our graduates are in accumulating knowledge, but more important, in the capacity they have to continue learning the rest of their life in a context that more sure will be different to the one for which they were educated. So, in summary, is there a demographic bonus in BRICS? Yes, there is a demographic bonus here. However, there are some issues to take in consideration. Look at what happens with the population which is going to be knocking the doors of tertiary education institutions. In fact, right now, this is the information up to 2013. That means that those kids, at that time 14 years old, now are 17. So they are the ones which are getting into your institutions very soon. Look at country per country. The case of Brazil. The case of China, dramatic. India, Russia, and South Africa. So there is a demographic bonus, right? But it looks like the demographic bonus is starting to slip away a little bit. So there will be increased pressure for access to tertiary education, for sure, but not for many years. that is going to start. In fact, it started to decline in the case of Brazil this year, I believe. And in other big countries, well, look at the case of China. The only one that will not have this problem in the short term will be India. The rest of the countries, and the case of Russia is the much more dramatic, just in considering the way that the graying of the society is happening. So if we see that as a percentage of the total population, look at again how it is going. The case of Brazil, China, India, Russia, and South Africa. Very similar to India, by the way. So this is getting out. So the window of opportunity that societies in BRICS countries have to enable the next generation of workers, of actors in the economy is relatively short, if I may suggest to you. So, for instance, when you see the case of Brazil, the projected evolution of the schooling cohorts, the only one that it has had kind of a relatively stable but now starting to decline is tertiary education. It is amazing to see that the population decline in previous levels is so dramatic, and again, the only one that is still it is yielding from the previous generations is the university level. So the other element is if the graduates of tertiary educations are going to stay, or what is going to happen. So the reality of today is that we live in a much more mobile society, and there will be increased migration towards the developed world. Obvious reasons. People ask me in the US about the case of Mexico, and I said, well, just put it in this way. If you in your family will have someone who tells you that you will have a job opportunity that is going to be 10 times larger than what you have in your place, are you going to be tempted by that or not? Or I say, or the opposite. Just imagine, I say to them, that from now to tomorrow, somebody will tell you that your revenues, your salary is going to be reduced 90%. Are you going to be able to survive with that? Or are you going to be looking for something else? So there is a natural desire of people to have better life wherever is available. And if that is not available at home, people will continue looking for those opportunities abroad, especially the ones which are in desperate situation. And especially, believe it or not, some of the ones who have already higher education skills and recognize that probably at home are not having the opportunities that they believe they deserve. So in a way, we are creating the own phenomenon that is going to be impacting the world in future years. So what we have seen again in recent months, in my opinion, is just a manifestation of something that is going to be much more critical in future years. So I venture to assume that there will be a brutal pressure for talent in the future years, no matter what, no matter where. And again, that is going to be having a significant implication for BRICS countries. As we become much more part of a global economy, which is highly competitive, technologically driven, constantly changing, and more an economy that is based in knowledge, there is no question about the fact that there is an evident connection between education, economic development, and social development. Look at these charts. Globally, skills demands is shifting more and more towards what are being seen the new economic skills. This is the case of OECD countries, and you can see how there is a decline in the routine cognitive or manual or non-routine manual work, while there has been an increase in non-routine cognitive or interpersonal skills. The same happens in a way in developing countries, probably not as acute as in developed societies, because there has been a shifting in many jobs between developed and developing countries, but sooner or later that is going to be happening more and more. Again, look at the case of Brazil. I found this information for the period 1980 to the year 2009, where also you see a decline in some type of jobs and a relatively slight increase in the jobs that are for the people who have higher education credentials. So, and then finally, the big question of if it pays back to study. So there are different studies that are being done periodically to try to have a sense of if it pays back or not for societies and individuals to study. So just in the case of Africa, it has been known that 1 year increase in the tertiary education stock could raise in the long run the level of GDP per capita about a factor of 12.2%. So this is the case of Africa. But look at the case of other parts of the world. The study that the World Bank does on private returns on tertiary education, which is based on household surveys and then the credentials that individuals in those households have or the preparation they have in terms of education, shows that the average rate of return to year of schooling is more or less 10%. 1 extra year of education in your life, 10% extra revenues that you will have in your life as an individual. But surprisingly, in the most recent study, despite the tradition, the subsector of the educational system where globally there is the highest rate of return is precisely tertiary education. So it pays back. With the exception of the MENA countries, in all of the rest of the world, there is a higher rate of return for individuals if they go to tertiary education in comparison to the ones who don't. Of course, the information is, there are significant variations, and we have the paper for the ones who are interested in this analysis. However, returns are declining. And this can be explained very easily by basically 2 factors. The first factor is, as more graduates of tertiary education are in the system, they have to share the pie among more people, right? But the second one has to do with the issue of employability and skills of the graduates. So if graduates don't have enough skills, most probably they might take jobs that are at a lower sort of required skills to the ones for which, in theory, at least, they were prepared. And that poses sort of a diminishing factor, if you want, in the pressure in the salaries in any economy in the world. Look at the case of Brazil. From the year 1982 to the year 2007, there is a very visible decline in the private returns on tertiary education. However, interestingly, still there is a positive return. But look at other countries where now they are in the negatives, and that is quite challenging. And we know that also, in addition to economic returns, there are significant social returns. It's not only about money. And there are many studies showing that higher education represents also significant social returns. We know that higher education is the principal factor of social mobility. I don't know how many here in this group are first generation students in the respective families. Let's see, how many here? How many are the first in your family who had the opportunity to have higher education? Okay. It's relatively small, right? Interestingly, guess what will happen if I will ask this question about 10 or 15 years ago? Or in a different scenario, because this is a scenario of people which is greatly educated. But in many countries, as you know, just many of the graduates of tertiary education are just first generation. And then when you see to the next generation, the kids of those individuals, a great majority of them are now having access to tertiary education. So we know that there are higher rates of kids with education, especially if the mother has higher education studies. Is the main factor explaining access to or tertiary education attainment is the degree of the mother rather than the degree of the father. We know that higher education builds citizenship. We know that makes people more aware of the society in which they live. In theory, people with higher education has healthier lives and longer lives. In theory, people with tertiary education are more tolerant to the ones who didn't have that opportunity, and also individuals which are more conscious of the environment. Those are just a few of the social benefits that also many times we don't calculate, but also have a significant importance in tertiary education. So BRICS countries have done a significant effort in supporting tertiary education. If we see, for instance, expenditures on tertiary education as a percentage of the government expenditures on education, although a challenge with the BRICS countries is that the information is not as consistent and as available as in other countries, and as you will see that there are some breaks there. But it is interesting to see that. Look at the case of Brazil, the case of China, no more recent information, the case of India, the case of Russia, and then the case of South Africa. So there has been a significant investment with different variations, of course, in public investment in tertiary education in BRICS countries. We see that, for instance, expenditures per student in tertiary education in US dollars, purchasing parity power. Look at, again, is interesting, a similar landscape. The case of Brazil, the case of China, the case of India, the case of Russia, and then the case of South Africa. So again, there is a significant investment that public is making and governments are making in tertiary education. But of course, there is unlimited need for resources. I'm sure that if I ask here the question of if tertiary education needs more money, most probably you will say definitively yes, especially in Brazil and the current situation. I was chatting last night with colleagues in the dinner that I remember being here in Brazil, I don't know, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and having a conversation with a rector of a university who told me that the main problem they had at that time is that they had a lot of money and they didn't know how to expend that money. And I was saying, oh, la la, you know, that would be terrific in other parts of the world. Most probably, if I go there to that university now and I ask the same question, probably he will scream at me and say, you know, don't tell me about this, right? Because now the landscape is completely different. So tertiary education believes that needs more money, and but probably we need to recognize that the context is very different, and most probably will be very different in the future. And believe it or not, might be that it is nothing related to higher education, but it will impact higher education. So we do in the bank a survey. The bank has about 80 people in staff which are interacting with governments all over the world in matters related to tertiary education. So we try to have a temperature of what they see, what they observe, and look at what they say, what they observe. You know, with the question about what are the top 3 issues that tertiary education is going to be facing in the region: quality, employability, and funding. And when you ask the question, what will be the main priorities that they observe that governments will be paying attention to in tertiary education in the next 5 years, look at that. The gap between higher education and employment first, and secondly, funding models for tertiary education. So unfortunately, you know, the past doesn't exist anymore, and we better deal with this scenario in a much more realistic way, because probably the old times may not come back soon if they come back. The question is if the current model of funding of tertiary education is sustainable in the future. And this is an analysis in the case of Africa, when we were trying to compare what was the rhythm of expenditures in tertiary education in comparison to the available resources. And you can see that there is a gap between what is needed and what it is available. And we may make the best case about why it is important tertiary education, but like ourselves, there are many more actors in our respective societies who claim that what they are looking for is probably more important than tertiary education. And one thing that probably it is important to recognize is that tertiary education many times is being seen as a regressive investment in our societies. And many voices are making the case that since tertiary education is very expensive and it benefits just a few, that probably might be better to invest in other sectors of education, or that probably might be better to invest in other sectors of the economy. And of course, we need to make the case that this is the worst decision that a country can make, but we need to have the evidence to show that. Because just asking for more money for the sake of more money may not work, as we are seeing in different countries. So our dilemma is, who should pay for education? Do we pay as individuals, our families, or society and the taxpayers at the end of the day? Look at the case of Mexico. In my country, who enrolls in tertiary education? And you can see in the number 1 is the people who are the poorest in the country. And on the right, the seal number 10 is the richest people in the country. So the picture is very clear. The ones who attend tertiary education are the ones who come from better off families. And the change has been in between 2000 and 2012, where the bandwidth has growth is in the middle class, not in the poorest, and certainly in the richest decile of the society. But then when we talk about the funding, look at what happens. If we see the distribution of public spending on tertiary education by income decile, guess what happens? Of course, public spending in tertiary education is benefiting whom? The poorest or the richest? Right? The richest, right? So what happens in Brazil? Something similar or not? So it is progressive or is regressive, a fully funded public tertiary education? That's a big question that societies have to discuss. And it is a very hard and difficult discussion because nobody likes that change of, the status quo. But we have an issue in our societies in terms of who pays for education. So the question is free truly free? Well, at the end of the day, there is no free. Somebody will have to pay, either by having no access to other resources or opportunities, or by having to pay back for the failures that others didn't work on. So the case of Brazil, you may see that very similar picture, even though in Brazil there has been a much more significant increase of access to tertiary education by the lowest decile, which is from 1 to 13. But still, you see very acute, trend there that shows basically that the ones benefiting from tertiary education are the ones who have a little bit more capacity. Why not? To cost share a little bit of the education. So in BRICS countries, as it has been indicated by you as the experts, I'm just telling you my observations, the current funding policies and practices are very, there is not a single pattern. And I don't know, I have another, don't worry, I have another 500 slides and I will finish. So I'm on time or still, okay. 5 to 10 minutes, very good. I will maximize them as much as I can. So we see different models of and different cases in the BRICS countries. For instance, in terms of budget allocations to tertiary education, there are countries where you see the historically based funding. You see countries where there is much more input-based funding, and also the countries that are experiencing with the funding formula, with all the limitations and all the advantages that any funding formula might have. Also, we see that there are countries where there is an increased emphasis on shifting the typical allocation of funding in tertiary education towards a funding which is much more linked to performance or to commitments for future performance, and also some pockets of funding that many countries are using in order to support some strategic initiatives, such as the case of the RUSA initiative in India, or the project of the world-class universities in Russia, and the Science Without Borders in the case of Brazil. So you find that many countries are experiencing with some pockets of specific funding, which is aligned to very specific strategic elements. And again, we see also that there has been, as funding are shifting or diminishing in tertiary education, that there is an increased call for tertiary education institutions to look for models of much more private funding, cost sharing, external assistance, creating and or looking for support from foundations, even the sales of services, and also revenues coming from external aid for research and development. So just to end, some issues for consideration. First, competing demands with limited resources and little evidence about the impact. So tertiary education is facing competing demands. There are other actors in our societies which are demanding for resources, and they may have probably more legitimate reasons to ask for money or a better case to make based on evidence. Because many times, unfortunately, in tertiary education, it is very sad to tell you, after working all my life in tertiary education, we have a lot of anecdotes, and we are the ones who are able to develop the evidence, but we don't have a lot of evidence about how good we are in what we do. The other element is the reallocation of public resources in tertiary education towards strategic, ambitious goals. And the question is if this is a smart idea or not. And that is a big question to discuss. Is it good for a country to divert some funding in tertiary education just to one wonderful idea of a great institution or not? And this is something that is debatable, and there are many factors in favor and against. The endless question about if tertiary education is a public or a private good, and there is no answer for that. We might have endless discussions about that, and this is something that again depends on many factors to be decided. Other issue for consideration is if it is the increased private provision of tertiary education an ideological shift, or just as an author said recently, a financial opportunism from governments. And many times we see more the second than the first. Of course, later, when the debate arises, then it becomes the first, the one that is debated. But at the end of the day, many times, it is just the limited capacity that governments have to cope with the huge demand by allowing private providers to provide some kind of education. And this is something that we should be very conscious about it. Is there any room for increased effectiveness in tertiary education? It is not only about money. And again, we know that there is room for increased effectiveness. All of you who work in universities know that very well, that sometimes you wonder why decisions are made in using the money in X and not in Z. And again, there is room for efficiency for sure. Look at just, for instance, about the dropout rates in tertiary education. Or look at about, for instance, the years to end tertiary education. There are countries, it is not the case of BRICS, but there are countries in which it takes 8 years to finish with a bachelor's degree. Do you think 8 years is, don't you think it is a little bit much? And then, of course, the issues of autonomy, accountability, quality, regulations, etc. So how can financing policy improve incentives and capacity? Well, on one way, of course, there is no sort of sort of hidden or magic solution here. On one way is identifying priority activities for public spending. In other words, where a government wants to invest the money. Where is the best social return and economic return as society in either investing in something that others are unable to invest or something that will result in a significant economic welfare and social welfare for the country. And of course, the second angle is by funding effectively, by increasing public funding smartly, by improving efficiency of the public spending, by complementing with private funding what is the public provision of tertiary education, and of course, by developing a mechanism such as a funding linked to results or performance contracts. So, and of course, we can talk hours about if for-profit is bad or good. And I might say it is bad, but not. And I might say it is not bad, but yes. Depends on many factors. You know, I don't think for-profit is a bad thing in our societies. What I think it is wrong is when our tertiary education systems don't have the capacity to prevent those which are not providing good service of tertiary education to be there. That's what is the problem. So we need to find ways to strengthen the quality assurance and quality enhancement mechanisms, and also the adequate regulations to avoid those which are abusing the system. But believe it or not, that applies to private for-profit, to private non-for-profit, and to public institutions, because at the end of the day, also public institutions are using the money of the society. So it is not just bad or good. It is a matter of the context that we need to take in consideration. So some of the tools that we have seen in other countries for financially sustainable tertiary education policies, one of them is improving the management of public financing, managing more adequately the trends of student flows, further developing cost-sharing practices, developing distance education modes, mobilizing private resources, and streamlining the student support services, and promoting public-private partnerships while enforcing regulations. Again, those are just some of the things that we are seeing in other countries. I'm not saying that those are the solutions, but those are the things that we are seeing. So in summary, governments must act, but also I believe that tertiary education institutions need to embrace the change themselves. So who told us that the university shouldn't and cannot change? The world is changing. Don't you think that probably universities should venture to think that there is a possibility of change? The ones who criticize tertiary education say that those were the universities of Italy in the 1350, and that today's universities are exactly the same. Probably there has been a change in the way that we use PowerPoints and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, we continue replicating the same model. I am the one who knows, you are the ones who don't know. I'm the teacher, you are the ignorance, and you better play by my rules, otherwise you are out. Again, I'm just talking about other country, not about your universities. A paradox, as George Keller said, is that universities are institutions created to prepare leaders and professionals, but are being administered by amateurs. That's what he said, of course. So those are some of the newspapers that you see, in different parts of the world, basically saying what is going on in tertiary education institutions. We can see even some books, even movies, which are, questioning what we do in our ivory tower institutions. Let me propose to you that communities at large are in a way skeptical, unconvinced, exigent, and a little bit becoming impatient of what we do or what we don't do in tertiary education. And don't forget that we have new type of students. Those are different. It's what I refer to as the generation M. The students who probably see technology a little bit different. They don't think the same way we used to think. They don't think the same way that we used to be prepared, because they are multitask, doing many things at the same time. They consider technology in different ways to the way we used to consider. Even that is changing the way youth exists today. I like this picture of a museum because, the guys in the painting say, what is going on there? Nobody pays attention to us anymore. And of course, believe it or not, that will have an impact in the way that tertiary education may be shifting in future years. So what happens in my home, where my kids know more technology than myself, happens in the classroom. And students complain legitimately that we don't use the technology adequately to teach them more adequately about the future. So many times students may think about ourselves as teachers probably different to what we believe they think about us. And of course, it is not a perfect thing. Sometimes, they are constantly occupied with the copy-paste culture and then not very doing deep analysis of things. And even they speak a different language and write a different language that sometimes we don't understand. And of course, that creates a significant generational gap that, believe it or not, it happens in our societies, it happens in our home, and it happens in the classroom. I will skip this because I know that we have a mathematician here, but those are some responses that students have to tests in different parts. And, that does very well, right? I like this is the one that I like the most. Please expand this expression. Of course, it's expand, and then the teacher says, "Very funny, Peter." Well, you know, why this matters? Well, because just think about the fact that by the year 2050, all information that exists in the world today will represent only 1% of the information that a student will have in wherever it will exist, that it will be named university, which I believe is going to be a little bit different to what we think it is a university today. So think about the fact, but this year, the year 2015, all your students are digital native, all your students. So we better be prepared for that because again, they see technology a little bit different to what we are. And in higher education, we are experts in the art of ambiguity, which is continue doing the same things but waiting for different results. It is up to us to act. And also, we are very good, and we hear this during these days, of blaming others for the problems we face in tertiary education. It's the syndrome of the chicken, as we say. You know, the chicken on the top is blaming on the chicken on the lower level, and then the lower level to the lower level, and the lower level to the lowest level. So when we talk about the problems on tertiary education, say, yeah, you know, these high schools are terrible. They are not preparing people adequately. And then you go to high school and they say, yeah, these elementary schools are very bad. And then you continue going back, and then at the end of the day, the ones which are guilty are the parents. So the ones criticizing higher education say that it is like the crisis of the Titanic. You know, the ship is sinking, and then the first priority, the captain says, is the crew. The second priority is that the ship should continue working. The third is let's repair the ship, and the last one is, oh my God, students are going to be graduating. Okay, let's see, hopefully they can make it. So, and of course, you know, many times in our institutions we have these significant bureaucracies preventing our work or just playing by the book. And again, we need many more things to do. There is room for improvement, I believe, after living many years in tertiary education for us to improve. And also, there is no magic formula. What it may work in one case may not work in other cases. So if the World Bank comes and tells you this is the solution, that's wrong, because again, all depends on the context. I just finished just with two quotes. One from Darwin, who said, "It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one who is more responsive to change." And then the one from Paul Valéry, who said that the trouble with our times is that the future is not what it used to be. Thank you very much for your patience. I truly appreciate your time.
Okay, in short period of time, based on Francisco's standard, it gave us a very comprehensive, informative, funny introduction of the BRICS education, also including everything, every issue related to education. So without wasting any time, let's open to the comments and the question. So we'll do a small change. Francisco would like to answer every question right after you ask it. So we have more interactive way. Okay, let's open to comments and questions right now. Please. Please. Oh, that gentleman first. You are second. Yeah.
Francisco, recently Germany, I think a few years ago, started charging tuition from students, and this was a regional arrangement that some of the regions did it, some didn't. And after some time, I think the politicians started using that as a debate for the next elections, and it seems that in most places, the ones that said we are going back, sometimes from one party, sometimes from the other party, to free tuition won, and now it seems Germany went back to free, no tuition. So we see in the UK the trend towards tuition, more tuition, more tuition. So both countries are countries probably that in the demographic scheme is older people. So why do you see that in one, like the UK, it seems there is a call for that, and in another one in Europe, it didn't go the same way? And since we are probably reaching that kind of thing some years from now, and so I would like you to comment on those two countries.
Michael. It is on. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just to start with the last quotation you have there, which says that the future is not what it used to be. And there's another quotation you also have there, which is about people being skeptical, which is where I place myself for whatever reasons. I place myself within that domain. And the reason why I would place myself within that domain is the fact that it's almost impossible to predict what may happen tomorrow, today. You know, I'm thinking about the oil crisis all of a sudden. I'm thinking about the load shedding in South Africa and the platinum crisis in South Africa. I'm thinking about the refugees in Europe. It's just amazing what we're going through. If we could predict the world that way, wouldn't we build a paradise tomorrow? I'm just wondering why that dark side of the world is actually informing those predictions that we have.
Well, thank you. It was very interesting, but I think Michael just, hit the nail. While you were presenting or thinking about the Black Swan, I was reading a very nice book by Nassim Taleb about the unpredictability of events. In the first, you started with some bias, presenting some bias about how things, our convictions about how things work. But you also gave very interesting examples of, unpredictable events. So I see a kind of a contradiction there. And Africa in particular suffered a lot because of the convictions that World Bank had about this story of rates of return, even the social rates of return. Africa suffered a lot when they told us that we shouldn't have universities, that we shouldn't have ivory towers. But surprisingly, the top research universities are the ones also who are actually contributing more to development. Harvard is much more well connected with its community than a poor teaching university that is trying to teach what is not producing. So again, back to Michael's, how can you predict? How can you make such precise predictions, but at the same time, in your last, slides, you're talking about that very same unpredictability of events. Thanks.
Last one.
Well, Yaroslav Kuzminov from High School of Economics, Russia. Francisco, you show us some examples of expenditure per student. But do you think that also is very significant indicator is the distribution of expenditure per student between different higher education institutions in one country? For example, in Russia, we have more than 8 times difference in some expenditure between the highest rank and lowest rank institutions. I'm sure that in other BRIC countries it's also the same. And do you think that is it could be considered as one of the significant features of the BRICS educational economy? That's the first question. Second question is future, some prognosis of quality of tertiary education
in different countries. You show us that in China we will expect much less demographic pressure on the system of tertiary education because of the demographic reasons, and partly in Russia. At the same time, we not expect such in the coming 15 years in other BRIC countries. Do you think, could we prognose some kind of behavior, of changing behavior of educational system in China because of the of this situation? My own prediction would be that the China universities will meet the same challenge as Russian one. A lot of weak students, Chinese universities now enjoy a lot of very clever students among the first two quantiles of the people's completing the high school. And in year 2025, it changed, and the face of Chinese university will change.
Very good. So okay, you know, this is the best section of any presentation because the section of questions and evasives. So I will, of course, I have no response to a concrete response to some of the things that are totally unpredictable. That's correct. That's why I insisted that we are just making scenarios, right? And I tend to be on the skeptical side too, in many ways, about a good number of things. So let me go sort of gradually on the different elements. Renato's comment, you know, there is not a single pattern. It is like, you know, you see that happening many parts. Hold a second. Let me respond to you after. So there is there is not a single pattern, you know, and you see that just here in the region. Look at what is happening in the neighboring country, in Chile, where there is this big debate about, you know, the change in the funding system of tertiary education, which is going to be a longer debate for sure. And and then the case of Mexico is another significant one in which the rector of the national university wanted just to increase a small fee in tertiary education, and he lost his job. The university was on strike for 8 months, I believe, and nothing was able to change. So those are, of course, very difficult situations, many times influenced by politics rather than by evidence. But of course, politics plays a significant role in the decision making in our societies. It would be naive not to think that sometimes even what we believe that not very rational decisions are the ones which really are, you know, driving the decision making. So context matters a lot. So why in Germany they decided to go in one direction and then to revert the process? It just was because it was politics involved in that decision. UK, with the current government, of course, is considering those possibilities again because there is a huge political factor that is being weighted there. But again, in analyzing those cases, we cannot say that the pattern is very similar because it depends on many of the context. Now, in terms of the skepticism and the impossibility to predict what will happen tomorrow, I fully agree with that. You know, if you had the wrong impression that, and this is my mistake in telling that this or some of the things that I mentioned for sure will happen, that will be misleading, because if anyone who tells you that the scenarios about the future are fully predictable and for sure will happen, definitively is totally wrong. So there are many things that we cannot anticipate. The only thing I'm doing right now is presenting to you some of the evidence that exists as of today, and of course speculating about what I can see as potential consequences of that. It might be the case, remember that what Peter Drucker said many years ago. He said about 20 years ago that universities will disappear, that universities were not suitable anymore to the needs of society. Well, in a way he was wrong, because universities keep emerging, universities still are here. But in a way also he was right, because he was basically telling that probably little bit of change needed to be taken in consideration. Now, in the case of the history of the bank, the World Bank's imposing or supporting some initiatives in tertiary education, you know, I can tell you about the present, and I can tell you a little bit about the past too. We just produced a paper in the World Bank. It's the title of the paper is "What Matters in Tertiary Education," and it makes, in my opinion, a very good narrative analysis of that history of the World Bank's engagement with governments in supporting decisions. There is a document, there is a book that it's one of the policy documents of the bank of those years that literally said, I don't have exact quote, but literally said that it might be better for societies to invest in elementary education because that's where there is the highest economic and social returns. And of course, that was automatically being interpreted by both banks and governments that signaled that by investing in basic education, we should de-invest in tertiary education. And I think that my position, and every time that I interact with governments in many countries, I insist on the need to invest in tertiary education while not de-investing in basic education, because at the end of the day, the whole system and the whole society suffers by that inadequate decision. And the case that I think, not me, but all of us have to be in our respective societies, is to make the case that investing in education in general and in tertiary education is something very significant. Being said that, also we should recognize that many times some of the policies that we have in our governments, which are developed with good intentions, especially the ones that have to do with the funding and the ones that have to do with the decision of free education or cost-shared education, many times the evidence shows very clearly that are not having the social benefits that we expect. Again, look at the case of my own country. In the case of Mexico, that is very clear. You know, public funding is going to the ones who have more. Do they have to share some of their costs? I think they have to do it in order to support the ones who don't have any money. And we can see in many African countries with the public system of higher education that it continues being very selective, very elitist, and still is just benefiting the ones which are the better off from those societies. And I don't think that is fair, because that, at the end of the day, creates unequal societies and continues prolonging the stratification in our societies. And that is, at the end of the day, is affecting all of us. Now, the comments from the rector of the Higher School of Economics, HSE University in Russia. Yes, that's one of the challenges that exist. When I was making this analysis on funding on tertiary education in the BRICS countries, is that there is not too much information on funding, and there is not too much comparable information, and there is not too much detailed information. But your point is very, very, it's totally sure. You know, there is a big difference in terms of how much money is expended in tertiary education. But if you dissect a little bit more of the information, you can find very interesting trends in terms of where that money is going to, in what type of institutions it's going to, and then what is the return that that investment, social investment, is having in those type of institutions. And this will be an interesting matter for further analysis and further discussion, because that's where we can find also the opportunity for more adequate efficiencies in the system, because it might be the case that money is being used where the return is not as good from a social standpoint. And then, of course, the issue of the quality and the potential change in behavior in the education system. In the case of China, of course, I will defer that to my colleagues in China to give more information. But something that is intriguing observing in the case of China is how in recent months, there has been a whole discussion in China about the reclassification of the tertiary education institutions between the ones which are technical, two-year technical schools and the university. So there is a big debate right now, discussion in the decision making in China. But again, I know about that because I read about that in the news, and our colleagues from China can provide us with more information. But definitely, of course, there is thinking there about the way that they need to reconvert the higher education system in order to respond to a changing context in future years.
Let me have time for 1 or 2 questions. Anyone? Yeah, first, you second.
Hi. I want to change the emphasis of the questions a bit. We all know there's going to be a BRICS Bank, or maybe it's functioning already, and the Indian is appointed to be the president. So from the World Bank perspective, do you think it could or should set its foot in the spheres of education or higher education?
I'm sorry. Can you speak louder because the noise of the air condition? I couldn't understand very well your question. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Okay. There is going to be a BRICS Bank.
Nah.
Right. This is my question. It might be functioning already, and the Indian is now appointed as its president, the first president. So from the World Bank perspective, what do you think? Do you think it could or should set its foot in the sphere of education? If yes, what could it do?
Very good. Good question.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you actually answered my question at the beginning, but I need to stress one point here. And the point is that I remember it was after 1994, just a couple of years. And some experts came with modeling program that was introduced in South Africa. I was part of the training in the process. The outcome of that process was something similar to this, concerning teachers. So they came with a modeling around supply and demand of teachers. And they came with these wonderful predictions of what would happen in the future. The conclusion was that South Africa had an oversupply of teachers. You know what happened? All provincial departments retrenched teachers. Today, there's a school crisis in South Africa. That's the reason why sometimes it makes me restless when I listen to these kinds of predictions without the necessary contextualization of these figures, because they're dangerous.
I would probably argue with this. Isaac Frumin, HSC Russia. I would probably argue with this disbelief in any predictions, with all my respect. I think that the diagrams that you just showed, they definitely present some long-term trends. And to summarize, am I right that what we know for sure, that we expect further expansion of the higher education systems, full stop, or tertiary education. And probably details we don't know, but the expansion we can expect, and therefore the issue of financing this expansion because probably there is no economic rationale behind this expansion. The issue of the financing of this expansion is probably the most pressing issue. Am I right?
Yep. Yep. Okay. Let me the last comment and then. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I think you've tackled some of my issues or some of my questions. I was in there was a summit in March in Dakar, Higher Education in Africa.
Yeah.
And there was a presentation there by another World Bank office and mentioned that. But the consequences are there. And the point is words are not just, words can do things, especially when it's World Bank. If this was said, let's say in a academic environment and so on, perhaps I would take that this is just a way of thinking. It's probably based on an economic rationale, etc., etc. But it's more than that. It has implications. Yesterday, one of the speakers mentioned that, for instance, universities are not just utilitarian producers of graduates for the market. They are more than that. Actually, the origin, the history of universities are not related to this concept of market. But when you say, for instance, that we'll have a crisis of job, because of this disparity of supply and demand, then you can't just leave it like that, because that surely will have an impact on the way those who draft the policies are going to think. When you say that you have interviewed employers and they think that they are not getting the best graduates, that is not just in vain. Why should we believe them? What that kind of evidence?
Well,
I mean, so this I could go on and on and on. Almost every point you made,
well,
I could also point out some sort of bias there.
Very good. So let me go in a consecutive order. The BRICS Bank, you may ask the bank, the bank spokesperson about it. But what I have here, most of the time is that this is a good idea, and that if there are more opportunities to expand support for tertiary education, and in this particular case in the BRICS countries by other entity, that's fine. Why not? Does that create a concern in the sort of the operations of the bank? I'm not familiar with that, because the scale of activities that we do in tertiary education is not as it might be probably in other sectors. But again, I'm just reinterpreting to you what I have read, that sort of the official position of the bank is that it is a good idea that other players are going to be in the field of supporting development, in this particular case in the BRICS countries. I am aware for sure about the fact that a good number of operational procedures, etc., are being sort of I don't say copied, but at least used. They are not trying to reinvent the wheel in the way that they are operationalizing the new bank. So that's all I can tell you about that. So, but I believe it's a very good idea. Now, in terms of the comments about again, a potential misinterpretation of what I said in terms of the models that I'm proposing or anything like that, following up a little bit more what Isaac said, the only thing is sure, and again, just because the numbers are there, is that the demographics in the world, and particularly in the BRICS countries, will continue calling for expansion and diversification of tertiary education. Now, is that going to happen faster or slower, or is there going to be resistance to that? I cannot predict that, but just the numbers show that. And again, it might happen or may not happen. Nobody can predict that, but no question about the fact that there will be an increased demand for higher education access. And the more we see people getting out of poverty and then seeing education and seeing subsequent levels of education as something feasible, that legitimate pressure will continue to exist. In other words, if for someone the dream of higher education was not a possible dream in the previous generation, now it is a possibility. And it is a legitimate demand that I don't think anybody can say that somebody deserves or somebody doesn't deserve. I think we need, and I say we, I refer to the ones who already have benefited from higher education, including myself, have the responsibility to make possible as much as possible, sorry for the redundancy, for the ones who are coming before us to have access to decent and relevant higher education. And I think that is our social responsibility that we cannot negate, no matter if I work on the World Bank or in any other place, or no matter where you are. I think all of us should share and continue looking for that. Now, in your comments, and we can discuss that on detail, because many of the things that I made a reference to is not me who is telling those. Those are the results of studies that show, and I present the source there. When I present the information about the level of satisfaction or dissatisfaction of the employers, it is based on studies that are being done by people which are doing that type of analysis. Do we agree with that or not? I expressed personally my skepticism. I mentioned that very clearly. I expressed my skepticism about those numbers. But again, I presented that because this is evidence of opinions of employers about what they think it is happening in higher education graduates, performance of graduates of higher education. Now, the summit of higher education that you were making a reference to happening in Africa, the message from Claudia Costin, which is the Senior Director of Education of the World Bank from Brazil, by the way, was very clear. She made a very clear statement saying that no longer we believe that tertiary education is not a priority. She said tertiary education is a priority for the world, and I can show you her speech, in which she clearly said that it is important for societies to invest in tertiary education, as I said. So I think it's a matter of interpretation, but I believe that the position is very clear. So.
Okay, I think time is up, so I don't have any remarks. I just want to occupy everyone 10 seconds to express my gratitude to Simon, to organizer, and to give me this chance to learn from all the excellent scholars and educators. Finally, let's give Francisco another round of applause to help. Thanks for the excellent speech, and we conclude our panel.
I just want to repeat that we have lunch here. Everybody's invited, just at the end of that corridor over there. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. I will leave it to you, but I can send it to you. I can send it. I get your card. You already get. There you go. No, I would be delighted to share with you. Absolutely. Already. Very interesting. Companies are taking for the market. So our we have a core. The only thing we are aware is that things will be different. Thank you very much, everybody.
understand this conference. There is a famous physicist Newton once said predictions often fail, especially those regarding the future.
Well, you know, as you know, Albert Einstein was said, you know, who cares about the future? It will happen. Good job. Thank you very much, Ajaka. Thanks for your comments.
The main driver
You know, you have there's a higher correlation between modern and higher
I'm curious, what's the population?
There's a number of I can send you.
Yeah, because idea is that if you can show it empirically, it would be, so there is not economic, not economy.
It is it's a simple, clear understanding of different standards of life. You better be aware.
We don't want that many. Change that program. Should be all I'd like to know, but education. Yes, get out of it. Take it.
So I don't know what you think about that restaurant. Yeah, it was all fair. It was 122. It doesn't sound like a number. I think it's kind of a couple of presidents. So we turned into $80 or something. Plus tax or whatever. All of it. But it was okay. I actually. I'm fighting with that. Yeah, this is
No, later. Seems not to know this. They help me.
He will come to her.
Will come.
Yeah.
So,
Just sitting here temporarily to work.
I know that's what I was trying to say. It's a care of this. Later. It's very cold inside.
Yes. So.
Are you trying the next session?
No. I'm just trying to work.
Okay.
Access my email.
Are you chairing the next one?
No,
Yes,
no,
ma'am.
I'm doing that.
You're already doing that. It's a plate for foundation.
Have you University with water sand?
Which part is right?
No, I mean, how do you pronounce the
Which part is right?
which water is fine?
Which?
Water?
Waters. Waters.
Sand.
Rand.
Rand. Ah, Wits. Waters. Rand.
There's no bits. It's bit.
Bit. Bit. Water. Sand. Waters.
It's
Bit.
That's confusing me as well.
it's wit, yeah. There's no S there.
Wit.
Bit.
Wit.
Which
The W
means
is
white water of the Rand.
What's the Rand?
An area.
An area.
I'm just going to leave my bag here.
Okay. You have money?
yeah.
Does it have money? No. I'll protect
Stay on the guard. It's just given his wife.
It's not me. I'm not saying I'm gonna be the last. My comments. It's so bad. I'm so
It's not bad, Maria.
It is. I'm gonna have to talk. Just a little thing like that. Circumstance. Three circumstances.
Let's refer to them as the 3 C's. Listen, Michael, I am commenting on that which I haven't seen.
On what?
I am commenting on that which I haven't seen.
I know. I have to protect myself because I have to innovate right from the outset. I have to elevate you right from the outset because you're the one who should be talking about what are we talking about. So,
Are you talking about it?
yes, she's the person who should be doing all that. I don't know why. It's just,
So when we get this right, so we it's actually more about this presentation. You do that.
So Michael, you need to ask at least one question of South Africa. I'm just trying to update what wasn't No, I've done my own thing.
tá meio apoiando.
We'll take a picture. Relax. Sexta-feira a gente se vê. Eu vou sexta-feira eu entro de férias. Dar algumas graduadas. Não dá, muito obrigada. Essa liberdade é um negócio Ninguém está fazendo a apresentação não da biografia da pessoa, não tem summary não?
De manhã o chinês fez do Marmolejo, mas foi uma coisa bem sumária.
Então eu vou ler o que está aqui, vou fazer um.
Já fez aqui, né?
Ixi,
Próximo.
Eu vou fazer um.
A minha sessão de 2 às 4. 4
Eu vou fazer um. Eu vou fazer um floreio de sua pessoa.
Já testei aí.
Esse copo tá em torno.
Pessoal. Eu notei que você foi rápido e salvou.
Hello, hi. I'm Nilceia Freire. Just a minute. I'm the representative for Foundation in Brazil, and I will moderate this panel. I not moderate. I will pass the floor.
You chair. E acho que é uma terminologia bem curiosa nesse espaço. Se fala em cadeira, se fala em chão.
Isso, engraçado.
Né?
Agora a gente estava conversando ali com o Valderlei de Souza, ali fora. Curioso e triste, né? Tem poucos brasileiros das nossas universidades. Isso. Muito obrigada. Tinha um copinho d'água aí derramado.
Um copo d'água no meio do caminho.
Isso. Mas eu estou em junho do ano que vem, eu estou saindo da FUVOL, fazendo digamos, uma terceira aposentadoria. Não do ponto de vista financeiro, mas tomei a decisão de não renovar o meu contrato. E aí, vou estar ali para fazer outras coisas. Aí, vou pensar pelo Brasil, pelos projetos novos, as coisas novas. Com certeza vou querer, com certeza vou querer. Esse período na fundação foi um período muito
Termina as férias.
agora, dia 15 de outubro.
Eu podia combinar uma amiga sua do ano.
Eu gostaria.
Ainda não é o alto verão de Porto Seguro, nem Guilherme, mas ela pode ser Chile, mas em dezembro, antes do Natal, ainda não. Então era uma boa. Contava.
Eu adoraria.
Quatro palestras. E levar para conhecer os índios que eu falo. E menos voltou de lá de universidade, participar de alguma atividade.
Eu estou muito. Esse período que eu passei lá, nos últimos tempos, principalmente, o que eu tenho pensado é que o que eu quero fazer depois que eu sair da fundação é trabalhar com jovens mulheres negras, trabalhar com capacitação de grupos, trabalhar com formação, né? Eu vejo tem uma potência. Mas não é só um movimento social, não é um movimento social tradicional. Os movimentos sociais tradicionais não sabem como se posicionam. As ONGs que sempre foram interlocutoras, interlocutoras com o governo. Agora, com essa situação, está tudo bem. Por favor. Não, por favor.
Sim, você está falando do perfil de ONG.
Não, de ONG. E as ONGs, elas estão muito, ainda estão muito no perfil tradicional. Então, a penaria aqui é mesmo, nas ONGs mais tradicionais. Tem movimentos menos organizados, menos institucionalizados, não está muito interessante. Os chamados coletivos. E esses coletivos, eles são muito criativos, têm muita força criativa. Então, eu tenho conversado muito com trabalhando na interseção entre igualdade, gênero, raça, cultura, arte, questão do racismo, de uma maneira muito criativa. Então, bem interessante. Porque quando a gente pelo menos, quase morri do coração. Estou falando com uma moça, uma diretora de uma organização. De repente eu falo, ué, a vida não é assim.
Hello? Yeah, we would like to start this final afternoon of this conference. And I know that several of you are, the participants are already leaving. So before waiting for the end of the event, I would like to thank very much the people who helped us to make this possible. I would like to thank very much the support from Foundation to make this event possible, and particularly through Hijin and also Nisea, who will be sharing our session now. And I think the support we got from the Academy of Sciences, which accepted to host this event and provide us a very strong support, and then the individual support, starting first of all with Micheline, without whom we couldn't really do this. I mean, she was the soul behind all the organization, all the contacts with everybody. So she was very crucial in making this possible. And then the people from the Academy, and of course, Fernando Verissimo and Fernanda Walter and Gabriela and Pedro Dantas, who worked in the graphic design. the team in communications, which provided the live links through the internet and the site, Elisa and Clarice and Samil, and the people in the computer science, Sanderson and Alan, and Sonia and Lucilena in the secretariat, and then the support of Diego, Carmen, and Maria. So this is a group of the academy. They were very helpful, providing all this work for us. And so I think we were able to have a very successful event, which I hope we will be able to bear fruits in terms of following up with other activities similar to this one. Without further comment, I would like to ask Nilseya to chair this session. Nilseya Frey is the head of Ford Foundation Office in Brazil today, but she was the rector of the State University of Rio de Janeiro. She was minister in Women
Affairs.
Huh?
Women Affairs.
Women Affairs in the Brazilian government. So she's a very distinguished and well-known scholar and activist of feminine causes and social policies. So we're very glad to have her here.
Thank you, Professor Simon. I'm very honored of sharing this panel, and mainly because I'm between two distinguished academics and two distinguished professors that studies models and how to improve higher education in our countries. It's a pleasure for me to be here for different reasons, and one of them is that we are hosting this seminar in collaboration with our colleagues from the Office of Ford Foundation in China. Hei Jin, my colleague, is here, my colleague from the Office of China, and we are lucky because this seminar would be held in China, and for different reasons we brought this seminar to Brazil, and we got the opportunity to be in contact with this diversity that we can see in this audience, and this richness of thoughts and perspectives. So I will immediately give the floor to Professor Naumar Monteiro de Almeida Filho. Naumar doesn't need the introduction. He is one of most unquiet and challenging person that I met in the university environment. And after being a rector during 80 years of the Federal University of Bahia, what is a challenge and a big task. He is now, since 2012, creating and discussing new ways of configuring a new model of university. So the presence of Naumar is perfect to open this discussion that I hope we can hear Naumar, and after this hear our colleague, and then open the discussion with all the participants. Please, Naumar, you have the floor.
Okay. If I may, if the chair allows me, I'd like to to stand up and speak and walk a little bit because I think the presentation will be more lively, I hope. I, first of all, have to thank Professor Simon for the invitation, but also for the suggestion of topic. Institutional differentiation of universities in Brazil, stressing two dichotomies. One is teaching versus research, and the other is public versus private. And what I try to do is to deal a little bit with the argument that these are not dichotomies. They should be terms of dialectical processes that appear to the analysis as opposing terms. And we should start from an overall economic and political context by stressing that among all these issues and factors, we do have knowledge as a main asset in the contemporary world. And we should say that it is accompanied by an epistemological context in which several vectors of change are increasing, and they do define present times. Time and space has been compressed to a limit, and we've talked this morning about the future and the possibilities of a prediction, but time is future project, it's not present time anymore. Space is boundaryless, but this is perhaps the main characteristic or main definition of these times. And so we could say that we within an eco-logic with time space fluid, boundaries as fuzzy as possible, shapes liquid, and then I selected a piece of art. That's the cubism of our times, round cubism, if we could say that. But I also found a mural in the old University of Bahia, made in 2000, that I think also represent the other side of contemporary times, which is diversity, represented in this case by the several colors, but also networking, complexity. I could say that some of these terms have been used widely, but the idea is to say that by the times the universe was invented, and by the times the universe was redefined, the world was different. So we could remember the trivium, three ways, the quadrivium, and now we are facing perhaps a pentavium. These are the competencies that are required for not only intellectual survival, but definitively the daily life survival of fully aware citizens, digital literacy, communication skills, not only the lingua madre, but also the lingua franca, research capabilities, the building of reasoning as provided, developed, and promoted for science is being applied in every spheres of life. Teaching competencies. More and more people are urged to teach in order to learn. And this other topic, this fifth way, which is listening, is something that is not too much valuable to the common sense, but more and more has become more important to not only articulate the other ways, but also as a way in itself. So the issue is not research against teaching, but research and learning, which means that not teaching as a kind of a one-way approach, but the interaction of different actors in the process of learning. My point is that we should seek for research learning universities and not research universities against teaching universities. This is a quick summary about Brazil. These are the updated population estimates. More than 200 million people. The elementary school populations, 28 million, 30 million. High school grads, 4 million. And this is the population between 18 and 30 years old, 25 million. I'm taking this age group up to 30 because in our reality, 24 is not a limit for proneness for tertiary education. And this is the last census published, the higher education population in 2013, 7.5 million. And this is not a detail, but I try to represent the map of Brazil, not north to south, but east to west, by showing that the country may, and perhaps is in the process of finding a new axis in terms of geopolitics. And this is a picture of Brazil nowadays. Immense poverty, wealthness, and separated normally by urban parks. This is Salvador. And another picture, and the urban areas in Brazil are like that, extremely segregated, to the point that when you reach the interface, huge walls separating wealthiness from the real poor conditions of the majority of the population. Our social context at this point is social inclusion, but more marked inclusion. Environmental challenges, violence and intolerance, and there is indeed poverty reduction, but, and this is somewhat paradoxical, increasing social inequalities, economic inequality reducing and increasing social inequality. This is a summary of the higher education attendance rates from 2003 up to 2012, no doubt increasing the attendance rates. But this is the private share, and this is the public share. Of course, the proportion is about the same, but the rate of increase for the private sector is much bigger than the public sector. And this is the evolution of the composition of the public sector by showing that what really grew up this point was the federal system. After 2006, it got really a speed for a federal program that promoted the growth, the expansion of higher education in the public sector. But the question is, how does such a trend articulate in terms of the equity-inequity dynamics? Is that we have a political system that is reproduced by an extremely unfair, regressive tax system. Perhaps Brazil is the world champion in this topic too. Social inequity. But what makes this reproducible in a historical point of view is the perversion in education. And it's very easy to understand that. We do have a social minority which receives fiscal incentive for several things, but the two biggest fiscal incentives are for health and education. So this social minority gets better quality education in private high schools, but with a tax redemption, which means that it's the state that renounces the tax, and this quality education allows the future generations of this social minority to get better quality education in public universities, and they pay no tuitions or fees. Of course, this produces more employability, higher income, political capital, social value that helps the reproduction cycle for the next generation, the guarantee that the kids from this social minority will stay in that social minority. But this cycle is supported by a second cycle that reproduces the position, the social position of the poor majority, which finances the state. Because proportionally, poor people in Brazil pays more tax than rich people. The IPEA, a central office of the federal government, made a calculation. Families with lower than 3 minimum wages pay 56% of the income in taxes. And families that have more than 20 minimum wages pay 17% of their income in taxes. And so this poor majority that finance the state, they have access for low quality public education, which allows to those who are able to overcome the high school level, the secondary level, to get to higher education of lower quality and paid, because they do not succeed in general to compete for the places in public universities that are not in big number. They are very short, very elitist. And this, of course, in spite of getting access to tertiary education, it's an education that leads to lower income, unemployment in terms of crisis, and social exclusion that reproduces the cycle. Of course, public policies such as a quota system, affirmative action, that became a law for federal universities and was supported by the Supreme Court, takes a proportion of students that graduate from secondary school into these public universities. And also another public policy is the two programs. One is a kind of a financing of the tuition and fees, and the ProUni, which is a kind of scholarship that for some people, not for all, produces the coverage of the expenses by subsidies from the state. And of course, there is a third program, which is called Reúne, that operated from 2008 until 2012, that expanded the places, the slots in public universities of the federal system. Of course, these public policies help the structures to remain perverse. And they do succeed in putting some of the next generation for social mobility very limited, to the point that the whole structure is not touched by that. So for the university in Brazil, I would say that we have some challenges. The first one is to deconstruct tertiary education as a factor of social exclusion, because in Brazil, the universities are active instruments, tools for social exclusion. Secondly, we do need to tackle the challenge of systemically integrate the university into the social field of education, because in Brazil, universities, especially public ones, are alienated from the general social field of education. Third, to decolonize the Brazilian university, overcoming concepts of excellence that are not absolute excellence. They are indeed to the service of an elitist concept of the university. And fourth, to recreate the university as a key player in models of development, especially leading the university in Brazil for a more territorial trend, instead of looking for some type of a global perspective. My hypothesis is that we had a university reform in 2008. For some reason, in 1968, we had a university reform by the military government. And this one was restricted to the system, expansion of public slots, opening courses at night. There was a really significant budget recovery, faculty recruitment, and all of these united in a program that was called Reúne, which means a program among the